special occasion, I have the pleasure to host at Anchor University. And let me start on a note of commendation and appreciation to the organizers of this event. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Anchor University, Professor Samuel Oyebandele, who will have loved to be here personally, well, because of certain exigencies, he has detailed me to be here. I want to welcome everyone to the inaugural TEDxAnchor University event. This is themed Future Forward. And it is an honor and a privilege to stand before you and embark on this journey with you. I know this is a journey of ideas, innovation, and inspiration. The Vice Chancellor is personally thrilled to witness this gathering today, gathering of bright minds and visionary thinkers who will be exploring that concept of future forward. So today marks a significant milestone in our university's commitment to fostering intellectual curiosity and shaping a future that is bold, that is inclusive, and that is transformative. The theme, Future Forward, encapsulates our collective aspiration, not only to anticipate what lies ahead of us, but to actively pioneer and create a future we all envision. Of course, we all know that these days we live in an era of rapid change. We have technological advancements. There are societal shifts, global challenges. All of these, more than ever before, have been very unprecedented. And so, it is important that we embrace this dynamism with open minds and courageous hearts. I believe that throughout today's event, we will have the privilege of hearing from distinguished speakers that have been lined up, who will share their unique perspectives, insights, and groundbreaking ideas. Each one will take the challenge to think differently, to question assumptions, and to explore new horizons. Together, we will delve into topics that span across disciplines. Of course, each one thinking from his different backgrounds. And I know that everyone here will be positively impacted before leaving this place. And so, I want to encourage each and every one of you to actively engage in the discussions, exchange ideas, cultivate connections that will fuel our journey towards a brighter tomorrow. Let us not only dream of a better future, but we should also commit ourselves to taking concrete steps towards the realization of that better future. Once again, I want to extend my appreciation to the organizing committee, Dr. Mustafa, where is he? Please, a round of applause for him. He's not in the house. And those who have volunteered and of course, those who have sponsored this event, and you have worked assiduously to make this possible. Your passion for knowledge sharing and community building is truly commendable. And so in closing, I invite you to embrace this day with a spirit of curiosity, hopefulness, and optimism. Let us seize this opportunity to inspire and then to be inspired too, and to collectively propel ourselves future forward. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please, a round of applause for the Deputy Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, sir. He has encouraged us to embrace dynamics with an open mind. He said something that caught my attention. And he said, we are not just meant to dream about the future. We are meant to create the future. Take a minute to think about that. We're not just meant to dream about the future. We are meant to create the future. Please, another round of applause for him. Oh, okay. I want to apologize that we started late. As you did see, we had technical issues. Now that I've apologized, I would love to crave your indulgence that when I say you should please clap for somebody, please clap very well. Please, another round of applause for your Deputy Vice Chancellor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For every ship that sailed successfully, there was a captain. For every flight that got to its destination, there was a pilot. And for this inspiring, successful event, TEDxAnchor University, there has been an organizer. He's a lecturer, he's a researcher, a personal development enthusiast, a published author, a TEDx speaker, and now a TEDx organizer. He has moved from Oshodi to the palace. He has moved from being the dull student to being the lecturer par excellence. According to the words of the National Association of Mathematical Science Students, Anhor University, he has not only enriched their educational experience, he has set a standard for excellence that would inspire generations to come. I'm talking about no other person than Dr. Abiodun Mustafa. Please, a round of applause as he comes to give the opening remarks.
So when I say TEDxAnchor University, you shout future forward. TEDxAnchor University. TEDxAnchor University. And future forward. Thank you so much. I want to especially appreciate my Vice Chancellor, my Deputy Vice Chancellor, and the Registrar, the Librarian, and also the Bursar. I remembered when I applied and wrote a letter that, TEDxAnchor University was going to happen. I had to face a panel, all right, and I had to explain myself. And I'm really grateful for their open-heartedness to receive the first TEDxAnchor University event to hold this year. Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, and today I want you to really get prepared to be inspired, to be transformed, and to be educated. All right, the future does not belong to those who expect it or who desire it. It belongs to those who position for it properly. And this event is prepared to make you position correctly, to network, to get the best. Listen to every speaker very well. Get the best you can get from them. Network with them and be the best you would ever be. TEDxAnchor University, thank you very much.
Not to waste our time, we'll be moving on to the TEDx intro video. Before then, I would like to recite the rules for the TEDx. So as you all know, you're here at TEDxAnchor University, and it's an independently organized program under the TED platform. First off, there is one entrance at your back, entrance and exit. So if you do want to take your leave during the speaker's program, please ensure as possible not to pass the front. You can always make use of the entrance. Second is, please keep your phones on silent. Please, you can do it right now as you are listening to me. Please keep your phones on silent. The reason is this. If you've watched a TEDx video on YouTube, hands up. My audience. Okay, let me put it this way. If you have watched a motivational video on YouTube, hands up. Okay, if you've watched a TEDx video on YouTube, hands up. Anyways, by the time somebody is going to be asking you, have you watched a TEDx video on YouTube, you would tell them that you've participated physically in a TEDx event. So please, a round of applause for yourselves. At least if you're not able to answer my question, you now have an answer to it. So yes, I can hear a phone ringing. Please, we would like you to keep it silent so that as we are recording the speakers, it would be on YouTube. And according to the rules of TEDx, they do not want to hear the sound of any phone. Thank you very much. Now over to the media team, the TEDx intro video by Chris Anderson.
Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theatres. Every day, people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a non-profit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers, and the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TEDs. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
TEDxAnchor University. TEDxAnchor University. We have someone in our midst. He just came in, a professor of biological sciences, the current dean, faculty of natural, applied, and health sciences, Professor Ilori, who will come to give us a little speech. Sir, a little speech.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Anchorites. Good afternoon. Well, we welcome you to this special program. You all know what's all about. Future. Forward. Of course, you must make a future from today. Whatever you're going to become in the future is going to start now. Whatever you aspire to be in the future, you have to start now. And of course, you know, as you are moving forward to the future. Therefore, whatever you do in Anhor University, right from day one of your study in Anhor University, is all building you to make a better future. So you can talk about your studies, you can talk about other extracurricular activities that we do in Anhor University. We are building you for the future. Okay? You know, we have entrepreneur. We have different things that we have brought to Anhor University just to prepare you for the future. Because, students or the youths now, you are our future in this country. The youths, you are our future, even in this university. So the youths, as you are now, you need to prepare yourself. And of course, you know that whatever we do, whatever we bring to Anhor University is for your own good.
and it's to make you a better person. You know, we have this total man concept. It's about building you, not only physically. Of course, you must build yourself physically. We build you also spiritually. All that you need to know spiritually, because you have to be a complete youth. You have to be a complete person. And of course, you have to be a complete student. So you have the total man concept, building you spiritually. We have your academics, building you for the future, for your professions, for whatever course you have chosen. Then you have all these other extracurricular activities to also build you, so that in the future, you will be able to face challenges. There are a lot of challenges we are going to face in the future. As youth, you are just coming up. There are challenges there. Therefore, all these different programs that we bring to Anhor University is just to make you to be a better person, to make you to be a person that will be able to adapt to any situation that you find yourself. You must be able to adapt, because you see, the world itself is a world of challenges. Therefore, you need to build yourself. And of course, we're assisting you to build yourself so that in the future, whatever situation you find yourself, you'll be able to adapt and be a better person, a better youth. Because today, you are laying the foundation. You are laying the foundation, and we are helping you also to lay a good foundation, so that in the future, you will be a better youth. Therefore, I welcome you to this TEDxAnchor University version. And of course, it's just to build you, to build the youth, different aspects for the future. I think maybe with time, other students will see the need to be part of this program, so that they will benefit also. Once again, I welcome all of you to this program. Thank you very much. God bless you.
A round of applause for Professor Ilori. Thank you very much. You know, we've been saying TEDx, TEDx, TEDx. Can someone tell us what's the full meaning of the TED? What is the full meaning of the TED? Okay? Please, can someone give him a microphone?
Technology, entertainment, and design.
Technology,
entertainment,
and design. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that correct? It seems like a whole lot of people don't know the full technology, entertainment, and design. Coming up, we have our first speaker for today's event. Our first speaker for today's event, a man who specializes in climate change and environmental sustainability. He is a researcher who has published a whole lot of journals or research papers in reputable journals. He is the current Dean of Student Affairs in Anhor University. He is happily married with 2 children. Join me as we welcome Dr. Emmanuel Joel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a distinguished scholar and academic leader. With a background in industrial physics and a keen focus on applied geophysics, he has made significant contributions to the field of earth sciences. His expertise in geophysical techniques, remote sensing, and environmental studies has positioned him as a leading voice in his field. Noteworthy, he has a remarkable track record of securing grants for research and his groundbreaking work in areas such as groundwater studies, climate change, and environmental sustainability. His dedication to academic excellence is exemplified by his extensive publication record in top-tier scientific journals. With over 60 scientific publications in esteemed journals and recognition as a Fellow of the Association of Commonwealth Universities Cohort 2023, he stands as a beacon of excellence in his academic community. Join me in extending a warm welcome to the Acting Dean of Student Affairs, Anhor University, Lagos, Dr. Emmanuel Jewel.
It's a privilege to be here today to talk on a very important topic that is ravaging the whole world. Presently, we are actually experiencing it. Students, how many of you enjoy your environment this time around? There is heat. Is that not so? Even if you have AC, you still experience heat. And that is the reason why this important topic is necessary for us. And we have to pay attention to it. And we have to be together and let's fight it. Is that okay? Yeah, we are Africa. It is true. We have some issues with us. Agreed. But at the same time, we also have the capacity to fight back by taking care of our environment. Therefore, I'll be speaking on the topic given to me. We are all responsible for climate change. Well, why is this topic? Why are we having it? Why are we having it? It's because of the challenges that can emanate or that we are experiencing from these climate change issues. And it has come to a situation ourselves in solving the problem. So these are the outline for today. Talk about the introduction. What is climate change? Causes of climate change. Science of climate change. Effects or impact of climate change. And then that will take us to the main topic. How are we responsible for climate change? Then we have conclusion. Okay. Sorry. First of all, you should know that weather and climate are not the same thing. They are not the same. Is that okay? They are not. For example, when I talk of weather, in the morning you have a cloudy, cloudy, that is weather. I get my point? In the afternoon, we have a bright cloud. It's not the same thing as climate. Now, climate is what happens repeatedly over time. Is that okay? For example, in Southwest, now we are in tropical region, or what's called tropical climate environment, where we have trees, big trees, and then we also have some people in the far north. Is that okay? And because over time, some parameters has been measured over time that determine such. It's not just climate, but there are some parameters that have to do with more rigorous scientific rigor. Are you following? Sorry if I'm not a physicist or chemist. Just follow me. I will try to speak at your level so that for us to understand. And I also know, please pick one or two things because it's a serious issue. Because I've had one experience, and that's the reason why I'm passionate about this issue of climate change. What is weather? I would say weather is a short term. It's very limited, can change rapidly, and difficult to predict because it can happen anytime. So weather is what's happening outside your window right there, like nobody see now. You can see we have bright cloud. That's weather. Let's say the next 10 to 20 minutes now, it can change again. Then you are expecting rain, but climate is not like that. Thank you. Let's move on. What is climate? Climate. Climate is the average of many year weather observation. I get my point? And that's essence why we have climate. Nigerian Meteorological Agency. You know, they predict for us what's going to happen. You know, presently, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, we were told that southwest Nigeria, Ogun, Lagos, Benue, some states should prepare for heavy flood. Is that not so? Yeah. Currently, Dubai is facing it with a major flooding. Is that not so? Pakistan last week was another one entirely. I follow you. But through this climate issues, we can predict all those things that's happening, in which climate change is one of them. I follow you. So as we go on, we see how they are interwoven. How can climate change cause flooding or cause flood? Or how climate change, or what are the problems that's associated with climate change? Well, I'm just laying the foundation for us to understand. Please. For us to understand that climate is not the same thing as weather. Okay, let's move on, please. And then, along the line, because we all stay within a climatical environment, that is the reason why we must understand our climate. Are you following? Now, some developed countries like Europe,
not putting this thing in it.
Like Europe, like Asia, like Americans, they are paying attention to their climate because in fact they will make more money from that. Now you've heard about space shuttle, am I right? Spacecraft, is that also? Do you know the idea? The idea is that if Africa is not ready and they want to be killing themselves, and the East, that is those the Arab countries, they don't like themselves, we can just transport ourselves to the space and stay there. And the only thing that is delaying them now is that they are looking for water. Once they are able to get source of water, some people will be staying there. But I'm in Africa, you are also in Africa. We are not into space. We are still living in our Earth planet, and we have to take care of that planet very well so that we can enjoy it. Is that not so? We have to enjoy it. But the protection of our environment, of our climate, is dependent on us. No outsiders. Thank you. No outsiders will come to Africa and monitor it for us. And that is the reason why we have to fight back. We have to fight back and take our life in our hands. Okay, please, there an issue. Okay, sorry, please. I think there is issue. I can come up with my slides here. So let's move on, please. So, as I've said earlier, that first of all, we should know that weather and climate are not the same. I have mentioned that, and I've mentioned that weather observation is temporal and limited. While climate is what happened after observation of weather event for the period of time. Now, what is climate change? Climate change has to do with the significant changes in global climate, which has a link with temperature. For some years, like 10 to 20 years ago, the whole world is operating within like 5 degrees Celsius. But in recent time, things has changed. See, when we have 6%, 7%, there is danger. Now we have up to like 10%. Are you getting it? Of climate change, of temperature, of temperature that's dependent on climate over the years. And that is the reason why what we are experiencing now is global. It's not only Africa. Not I see Nigeria alone. It's everywhere. Are you getting it? It's what? Everywhere. And that's the reason why we have to pay attention to it. I know that so many of us, we are probably talk to management, we need fan, we need AC, we need so many things to cool ourselves. It's not our fault, because it's a natural occurrence caused by us. Are you getting it? Caused by our attitude to some certain things. But by the time we get there, you know where we are all responsible for some of all these things. Now, causes of climate change, yes, we have natural factor. There are two main factors. We have natural factor, and then we have what I call man-made factor, which leads to what we call anthropogenic activities of individual. Is that taking? So we have natural factor. For example, one of the natural factor of climate change can be volcanic eruption. I get it? Volcanic eruption. That's one of the natural phenomenon. Then, but the other phenomenon which is man-made, this with when you are generating energy, when you are powering your house, when you are powering your cars, when we want to develop our environment, is that also? We cut all our trees in the forest. We cut them. That are man-made challenges. We are the cause of that. Are you getting it? Those are the man-made. Okay. Thank you. So I've talked about climate change refers to significant long-term changes in the global climate and its connected system to sun, earth, ocean, wind, rain, and snow. If you look at, I don't know if you are seeing from the slide there, there's a diagram there that shows you how sun is connected to the climate and how our activities is affecting the climate, and then how climate is affecting us. Are you getting it? We are still under a climate. I get my point. We are staying there. We are not staying in the subsurface. Is that okay? We are not staying in the subsurface. We are still in the environment that's habitable. So that's why we need to pay attention to this. Let's move on, please. I said because of climate change, natural factor, ocean current. The other side of the slide has to do with man-made activity, which has to do with the manufacturing industries, oil and gas explorations, where you buy your buildings, all those things. They are the main cause. They are the man-made cause. And then science of climate change. Science of climate change has to do with what we call natural greenhouse effect. How many of us have a greenhouse effect? Greenhouse effect? Good. We talk about emissions. Greenhouse. Are you getting it? Those are the basic science of climate change, because it has to do with the interaction of sun and radiation and solar radiation. Because we have Earth space we have what we call equator, we have polar region, we have equatorial region, we have polar region. You will discover that in polar region, that's why we have most of this developed world, like Europe, like America. That's the reason why we can have such natural occurrence phenomenon like a tornado. I'm not afraid that tornado, wildfire, what we call forest fire. Wildfire simply means heat. Wildfire simply means heat from subsurface is causing natural fire. I mean naked fire that is burning the whole of forest and that's affecting the environment. It's as a result of interaction of sun to the environment which leads to that. And for the basic science, climate change that we need to understand generally, even if you don't like science, please understand that greenhouse and global warming are the basic science of climate change. Are you following? Are the basic science of climate change. Please, anywhere you find yourself and they are organizing conferences have to do with sciences, please pay attention. Be there, ask questions. Let's move on. So, this diagram can show us more of the climate change. We also ask about carbon dioxide, carbon being stored, and all this has been destroyed. That is why we need to pay attention to some of all these issues. Now, what are the visual effects? What are the visual effects? Sorry. What are the visual effects? I want to get good. What are the visual effects or impact of climate change? Please look at the first figure there. You can see the first figure there the first figure there. you can see one part is green. We have green leaves. Is that also? And the other one we have very dry. Now, the environment we're supposed to be living in has to do with green leaf, green environment. But the impact of climate change is that you have drought, and that drought is what you are seeing on the other side. Please, I want to ask you a question. Can you plant anything inside that dry area? No. And now, you all depend on plants. Is that also? Yeah. You eat rice, you eat beans, you eat yam, but they are all dependent on our green environment. Now, imagine the impact of the climate change. See what that's one of them. So our environment must be such a way that we have green leaf. And that's the reason you have seen how some governments now are trying to make an arrangement that, okay, let us flag it off as a big issue. Are you getting it? Let's plant trees just to protect our environment. So which means if you are building your house and you have put down some trees, endeavor to plant another one. Is that okay? Endeavor to plant another one. Look at the other slides there, other image you have seen there. The other one, that is what we call tornado. As I've said, in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, we don't really experience such because we are under equatorial region. I will explain better when we got there. Then the other one, we see where we have there. That's when the okay, thank you. No, please go to the previous slide. Previous. Before this one. No, that one. Okay. It's not showing here. No. It's not showing. Where we have those images. Okay, don't worry. We continue. Now the other one is, you see when we are producing. Thank God we are all producing countries. Now look at what happened when the smokes comes out from all this combustion system. It interacts with atmosphere and damage our ozone layer. It damages, and then there will be issue. Look at the other one. That's what's called wildfire, forest fire. You can see forest, naked fire. This is a fire that it's not matches fire. It's a natural fire from the subsurface as a result of climate change. Are you following? So move to the next slide, please. Thank you. You can see the other one there, flooding. This, how many of you have experienced it in Lagos State? Flood? You have not seen flood before? Let me give you my own experience. Some months ago, at a bridge that crossed from Command to Ayobo Hill, I spent over 5 hours just to cross. You know, not taking just 1 minute to cross because of flood. Those are the effects. You see the other one. This is what happens to 2022 in Kogi State. That's so much the whole Lokoja. So it's a serious issue. So it's not something we are playing with here. It's a serious matter. Please, that is the reason why we have to pay attention to it. Please, let's move forward, please. Okay, it's working now. Okay, thank you. What are the other impacts? We have hot temperatures, as I've said earlier, more severe storms, then increased drought. We have a warming and rising ocean, which also affects, because when there is climate change, ocean will rise. I get to my point to find a way, and that's the reason why people stay in Lekki and side might be experiencing such. I get it now. So please, we need to pay attention to all these things. Then loss of species, because we all need animals to survive. We need them. So we have loss of species. They're not enough food. More health risk and poverty. Poverty will now. Imagine, I think we have three local governments, particularly in Lagos, that are usually having this issue of flood, particularly. Etiosa local government, Moshi, Lekki side, That's their challenges. They've always having such issues. In fact, carry out their houses, their buildings. Imagine you have built your house, and one day, flood just showed up and didn't allow you to sleep. Can you imagine it? That is the issue. Thank God, the topic of the program has to be future forward. That's why we have to prepare ourselves. Thank you. So, I said, how are we all responsible for climate change? One, deforestation. Through deforestation, we are responsible, and habitat destruction. Two, fossil fuel consumption. Yes. Water pollution, agricultural practices, soil degradation, waste generation management. That is indiscriminate waste management. When you dispose your waste indiscriminately, every little thing you take, your nylon, you just throw it on the floor, your PET bottle, you just throw it on the floor, you are contributing to climate change. Urbanization. Now, yes, Lagos is a developed area. That's what is happening. But meanwhile, we are destroying our environment if we are not protecting them. Now, what is conclusion? What is conclusion? Please, I want to take note of this as we are living here. We must engage in conservation efforts. We must try as much as possible in our individual places. Let's conserve our environment. Participate in local conservation projects. Initiatives to protect natural habitat and biodiversity. Push for policy changes. Urge government to implement policy that promotes sustainability, renewable energy, environmental protection. I know that some of you are in political science, some of you are studying, some of you are in political science department here, some of you are mass communication department, and some of you are computer scientists. Is that taking? Please, we should endeavor. In fact, you can form NGO only from this platform. You get your fund from international organizations for contributing your quota regarding, because climate change affects everybody, everyone, every industry. 3, choose responsible businesses. Support companies committed to eco-friendly practices and ethical sourcing of resources. Please, I'm aware in the southeast and south where we are having larger percentage of oil exploration, I know the environment is having issue. We need to fight. We need to talk. If we don't talk, nothing will happen. Invest in green technologies. Promote and invest in green technologies that help mitigate environmental impact. Then lastly, collaborate and share knowledge. Collaborate what? And share. Let's collaborate. I'm a scientist. I'm an applied geophysicist. I'm a physicist. And I'm solving an environmental problem that's affecting humanity. We can collaborate. We can. Thank you so much. And I also want to use this privilege to thank the Association Commonwealth of University. You know, when they came on board for this particular opportunity, and I said, well, there's no problem. And along the line, there are different aspects of climate change that we look at. Is that okay? We look at climate and law, climate and policy. We look at flood and coastal changes as a result of climate change. So let's come together and fight this. Lend your voice. Anywhere you find yourself, lend your voice. If you are privileged to travel outside Africa continent, lend your voice. Let them know that we are serious as a continent. Let them know that we are serious as a country in combating climate change. Thank you so much. God bless you.
I would like to ask, how many of us will be planting new trees by the time we get back home? Okay, I can see one, and I want to see, okay, I can see 2. She's deliberating, should I not? Anyways, there's this story, when you talked about flooding, I remembered a story I read when I think I was less than 10. So this particular couple, they got married. And I think ideally you're meant to get married on a Saturday. And then on Sunday, they went to church. You know the way new couples dress. Both of them would wear the same clothes, their gele will match, that sort of thing. They went to church. As they were coming back, And that's why I remember this story, because I was very surprised at that. The woman decided to drive the car. Now, take it that I was less than 10, so I was very used to daddy driving us to church. I was surprised that she's the one deciding to drive the car. And as they were going, rain began to fall. And I think Lagos is a whole lot better than back then. In the gutters, in the drainage system, you would see so many debris. As they were going, rain began to fall heavily. And according to the story on Punch newspapers, the woman supposedly got tired of driving or something, and she wanted her husband to take over from her. So she comes out of the car. The husband comes out of the car. And they're going, he's coming this way, she's coming this way. And when they get in front of the car, very, very unfortunate. But the water that was draining from the gutter overspilled and carried the both of them away. And so, as a child, I was very surprised at that, because I didn't know that water had that very strong power. And now with what we've learned today from Dr. Emmanuel Joel, he has emphasized the need for climate change. Now I want to ask again, if you are going back home, how many of us will plant trees in our house? You are not still sure. I should tell you another story to convince you. Anyways, I'm sure that by the time you take time to reflect on this, because when he said, have you realized that everywhere is hot? It's very true. I come from Ibadan. That place, normally Ibadan is hot. But this year, my friend was like, marvelous, the heat this year alone. I was like, yes, I noted it. So I'm very sure that the more that these things happen. But with the speech that Dr. Emmanuel Joel has given us, I'm sure that they would not happen, because you and I would take the action of planting new trees so that it will not happen again. A round of applause for Dr. Emmanuel Joel, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now we are moving on to something very, very interesting. How many of you have heard that statement? Readers are leaders. Secondary school, at least I remember my principal was very key on that. Readers are leaders, so you should read so that you will lead. If you do not read, you are going to read. Today, we are going to be having a speaker who is going to challenge that question. Are readers truly leaders? Reflect on the people that have led you. Can you say that there are people that read? Reflect on the people you know that read. Can you say they are the people that lead? And so today, our next speaker is going to shine the light on that question. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Musibao Lasisi. Media.
Introducing a techpreneur and a visionary leader in digital transformation with over 17 years of experience in technology consulting, IT governance, agile project management, and enterprise architecture. Working across financial services, information technology, and management consulting sectors, he has led and delivered complex high-value IT projects exceeding $40 million. His focus on improving customer experience and driving continuous IT value realization has been central to his success. Having obtained multiple professional certifications, he is a seasoned expert in his field. Currently serving as the Group CEO of OPEX Consulting Limited, he has founded and actively manages 5 companies,
It's 12 o'clock.
each at various stages of development. Join me in welcoming Musibao Lasisi, a remarkable individual who continues to shape the landscape of technology and business with his entrepreneurial spirit and drive for excellence.
It's noon time, 12 noon. Good afternoon. All protocols duly observed. Readers are leaders. I actually want to take us through the journey. It's just a journey. To look at that possibility. And to start this, I actually put together some quotes, some interesting statements from some of the great minds that have traversed this path of life. I think it was part of life. I think it was the 33rd President of the United States who made this first bold statement. If you see it there, not all what? Readers are leaders. Now that's the first challenge to the topic. not everybody will become J.J. Okocha. Once you learn to read, you will forever be free. That's very interesting. That's a very interesting point to take note of. Then this particular one by a woman, Margaret Fuller. So you don't think it's only quotes by men? She said, today being a reader, tomorrow a leader. Now that is probabilistic because it is conditional. So I believe I've set the tone and the context for this argument. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to tell you a story. And my story starts right now. Okay? Deep in the savannah, precisely what we call the Guinea savannah, is a small city called Suleja. It's bounded by the Inselberg formations, rock formations. Some of you have traveled to Abuja before. Every plane that lands in Abuja goes over this Inselberg. What you have on your screen. Every plane, if you are very observant, just before you land, as you are about to navigate to the airports, and the pilot is about to fix his gaze and focus at the terminal, you will see by your right hand side that rock. That is called the Zuma Rock. Now, bounded by the Zuma Rock, just beside the Zuma Rock, and the Gurara waterfalls below there, is that town called Suleja. That city Suleja. And within it is a small town, also called Sulakad. Now, in that small town was a special community. A community of people who were thirsty for knowledge, leaders who only believed in the best. Now, it sounds fictional. It's not a fiction. It's a combination of true life experiences and thoughts. There's this young man in this picture reading with the lantern. Of course, some occasions they had to read with moonlight in this particular community. What were the famous books they read? Shiprenekwensi, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Of course, they didn't so much like Wole Soyinka's writings and literary pieces, but not The Lion and the Jewel. That was a masterpiece. Nobody could resist. Of course, they spent hours reading, studying, learning, developing themselves. But the young John was the kind of person who always spent most of his time in a secluded section of the school library. It used to be called the reference section. And what did John spend his time doing? studying Encyclopedia Britannica, Encyclopedia Americana, all the encyclopedias that were in that library. John went through most of them. Now, you know what has happened to those physical encyclopedias today. Microsoft Encarta came and took them out of the market. Of course, what were the experiences of Mr. John and his colleagues? They had a lot of adversities. What about John uniquely? What was unique to John? John was not the most liked of his colleagues in that community. Not everybody really liked John. But John believed in himself. He had so many frailties. He had many personal challenges. In fact, he had so many nicknames. Most of those nicknames maligned his personality. Most of those nicknames mocked his background. And that may be the case of some of you. You may not be the best student in your school and not even in your class. But you need to look inwards. You need to discover what has been written about you. You need to go into the books. You need to empower yourself. And you need to make this discovery Mr. John made. In one of his readings, he found this statement: leadership is not about titles. It's not about position. It's not even about fame. Leadership is not about background or heritage. It's a function of your influence. The influence you can make, the lives you can touch, the lives you can impact. That moment, something sparked in Mr. John, and he began to see himself differently. And dreams were birthed. He read about great biographies. He read about great discoverers. On one occasion, John was providing this particular lecture. I put the equation there. It's the equation behind the mystery of bioluminescence. I know some of you might not have heard about it. What is bioluminescence? That is the theory of how animals produce light. It used to be inanimate objects that we're familiar with that produce light. But living beings actually produce light. And that's the chemical equation. Luciferin plus luciferase. Under the atmospheric condition of what? ATP, those of you who remember Krebs cycle in biology. Adenosine triphosphate. And oxygen. You will have light. That's what the chemical reaction produces. Light and a byproduct. Oxyluciferin. And while he was presenting, the coordinator screamed, "Lucifer, Lucifer, oh!" Everybody was amazed. How did Lucifer come into this equation? It was then John discovered that the discoverer chose to name the enzyme he discovered after Lucifer. Wow, what a bold step. Of course, that lecture ended abruptly because of the scream of Lucifer, that he had brought Lucifer to the limelight. But something happened to John that day, that your future is actually in your hand to create. That man chose to use Lucifer. But from that very moment, John began to make choices that defined his own life. He began to use names and nomenclature that defined what he would become. I don't know what you are being called. I don't know what you call yourself. I don't know what you see in the name you bear. Even the course that you chose in the university, you've started defining the path of your own life. You are innovating your future already. And that discovery actually can be better fortified when you spend your time in the books. Of course, years passed by. John had already inculcated the character, the mannerism of leaders, the virtue of true leaders. He read and read and read, developed himself. At some point in his career, in one of his departments, John was the best student while he was working. He became the best colleague almost everywhere he walked. In one occasion, in one particular institution, when you put together all the professional qualifications of all his colleagues in the same department, his was more than everybody put together. Cumulative. His own qualifications alone were more than the qualifications of everybody else summed up. What took him to that level? Reading. Personal development. And John understood something. The currency of knowledge and the relevance of skills. Skills deplete. Skills lose value. Knowledge also becomes dilapidated. Yes, knowledge can lose relevance. You must be aware of the currency of information and the currency of data and the currency of knowledge. Hence, professional development, personal development is not a static drive. It's a dynamic task. You cannot afford to be in one position. You cannot afford to stay in one place. You cannot celebrate yesterday today. You must constantly set your gaze at the future that you build for yourself. John has successfully innovated his own future. And this was a dream that was birthed more than 30 years earlier in that little village, in that little community. John did not forget his alma mater. He did not forget the community where the dream started. He went back there. It was part of those that rebuilt that library. Apart from the fact that they had to build a new digital library, installed a lot of computers, did a whole lot of restoration for that particular institution. That's what leaders do. Leaders give back. They give to the world. They give to the community. I want to ask you, what are you planning to give to humanity? What do you plan to give? Do you only plan to take and take and take? John today is a source of inspiration to many young minds. Acadians, Nigerians. And I'm going to end here. I hope I'm mindful of time. To be a true leader, you must be deliberate. You must be conscious to create the path for your life and for the future ahead. You must learn from the wisdom of the sages past. You must have the understanding of those who are navigating the current world at the highest level. And of course, you must imbibe the foresight. There are people among you who have seen what tomorrow holds. Learn from them. How do you know what they have said? The only way you can learn is by reading. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Dr. Mr. Baola Sisi. I think one thing that he has emphasized is the fact that leaders are going to give and they are going to take. And so you take in the place of reading and then you give in the place of contributing to the society. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you very much. So very quickly, we are going to be moving on to something very important. Okay. I don't know if it's that I'm not approachable enough. Okay, please turn to your neighbor and smile at your neighbor. Because everybody is looking at me like I'm going to send you off the stage. I've seen some people, they are laughing at their neighbors. Okay, turn to your neighbor and tell them anything beautiful. You look good. I love your nose mask. I love your hair. Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have a neighbor. Yes, okay, I think I can now see some people smiling. Perhaps because we've been listening to talks and talks. It's as if you're already getting influenced. Nobody was smiling. Everybody was like, I'm on for the next thing. Anyways, and I'm telling you that the next thing is going to be a hit. But before the next thing, we have another thing that's also going to be a hit. And we have a spoken words presentation. But moving on quickly, we're going to be listening to a spoken words presentation by Dorcas Nwankwe. Okay. I love this energy. I love this energy. And I'm reminding you to please, when I introduce my speakers, you should also give them a round of applause. A round of applause to all the speakers that are sitting here. Thank you very much, Dorcas. The stage is yours.
Hello. Since we're blessed to have some of the best, I would love to tell a story of victory, but maybe not. However, here is my story. The music played over and over, each hour with each rising note and letter. My mind and my heart down to the goal. My soul was in touch and like a lit torch on fire. I was eager to sing a tune to the judges and audience of critics, and I was certain that I would win. And it all came crashing down. Rang so loud in line with my plan as a proud smile made its way up my lips, and I stood anticipating the judge's speech. But boring was all I heard ring as the judge went on and on. Yet he was so wrong. Boring, they play no fit be my song. Yes, it was long, but so on key. The melody was sweet to the tea, tame to kill, serenade the hardest heart, and woo even the toughest ear. But boring, he no even fear. It cannot be. It no fit be me. I no fit grieve for anybody. I knew my worth, or so I thought. Sadly, just because the work was original didn't mean it to be oriental. There was more to creativity than harmony. There was quality. Dear creative, today's audience is more than selective. It is highly opinionated, spirited, and hardly impressed. Everybody seems to know 1,000 better ways to do a thing. Agba professional, Agba content creator, Agba critic, Agba advisor, Equishesa. Everybody won't talk. And yes, while you do not aim to please, to be relevant, you have to satisfy, do more than try. You got to be exceptional. You've got to do more than create, challenge. You've got to do more than build, blossom. You've got to do more than make, master. You've got to do more than trend, triumph. You've got to do more than give, grow. You've got to challenge the odds, blossom beyond the ordinary, master the irregular and the regular, triumph above the status quo, grow beyond your limits. The summit is not the height of your field, but the height of your expertise. Benny, don't be that creative, professional, or techie who does what everybody does the way everybody does it. Think, engage, design, explore, grow, go beyond the normal, doing the exceptional. Now, that is the future forward. Thank you very much.
I'm lost for, I'm still trying to think, how was she able to combine those? Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. I would like to say that at Anhor University, because I know that she's a student at Anhor University, I'd like to say that you guys are blessed with the best. Listening to her spoken words presentation, and then I'm like, okay, because we spoke earlier on, she was telling me I'm a writer. I'm a writer, I own this, I own that. I was like, okay, I'm looking forward to hearing you. And then I heard her, and I can proudly say that the products of Anhor University are the best. And now I want you to repeat something she said, and that was the first statement. If you recall earlier, before she came up on stage, I told us to clap, to applaud our speakers. And she said, we are blessed to be with the best, but I will still say my story. And so today I want you to repeat it to yourself, that we are blessed to be with the best, but I will still say my story. We are blessed to be with the best, but I will still build my future. I'm very sure that one day, both we who are the physical audience and here's a shout out to our virtual audience would all one day be able to climb on stages and tell our story. Please, a round of applause to TEDxAnchor University. Thank you very much. As we've said that we are blessed with the best, I'm going to be calling upon somebody whose story has blown me away. At this point, I'm going to ask you guys something. What course do you think I'm studying? What course do you think I studied? English. Okay, I heard English. I want to hear someone say. Okay, somebody said medicine. Another person saying mass comm here. I'm hearing English. None of you think I did not give. So it's mass comm and medicine vibe I was giving you. Okay, let me give you a last try. What do you think I studied in school? Economics. Hey. Am I giving the vibe of an economist today? Anyways, it's not about me today. It's about the person I'm going to introduce. It's not about what I studied in school. It's about what she studied in school and how she was able to make the pivot to who she's going to be. If you who is on the TEDxAnchor WhatsApp community? There's a WhatsApp community. Okay, I'm seeing faint, and you guys you can't tell me you are shy. After listening to just because you're original, you have to be a rental. You can't tell me that you are shy. Please, who is on the Anchor, who is on the WhatsApp community, at least from the audience? Okay, I can see Anne. Thank you very much. If you recall, somebody said we are going to be unveiling one of our speakers, and we love to call her M3. Do you remember something like that? I remember it if you don't remember it. And he said we're going to be calling her M3. And this is why. She has over 10 years in management. And then listen. She has the first bachelor degree in medicine, graduating as one of the best graduating students in her class. This is the second M. The third M, she now serves as the managing director of Stekad Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Dr. Adora Dagogo. Media, please.
Privileged to introduce to you a true visionary and a leading light in the world of entrepreneurship. She's not just an entrepreneur, she is a trailblazer, a strategist, and an innovator with a passion for excellence. With over a decade of experience in management, she has left an indelible mark on many startups and organizations across Nigeria, Germany, Ukraine, the UK, and other parts of Europe. Currently serving as the managing director of Stekad Limited, a rapidly growing IT startup with a footprint across Europe and Africa, she is at the forefront of transforming the IT outsourcing industry. Stekad Limited, registered in the UK and Nigeria, has provided cutting-edge IT solutions to renowned companies such as Shell, Johnson & Johnson, FedEx, Amazon, Salesforce, and Adidas, amongst others. Her academic achievements are equally impressive. She holds a bachelor's degree in general medicine and a master's degree in public health from the University of Applied Sciences, Hamburg, Germany. Her dedication to academic excellence is evident in her award for being one of the best graduating students. Additionally, she has presented numerous scientific papers at international scientific interdisciplinary conferences, showcasing her commitment to advancing knowledge and innovation. Please make welcome the dynamic and visionary Managing Director of Sketchup Limited, Dr. Adara Dagogo.
Can you envision or imagine a country with just one tribe? Nigeria, for example. Let's say we had just the Yorubas, or the Igbos, or the Hausas. Imagine if in this world all we had was just one type of meal, maybe rice. So that means in the morning you eat rice, in the afternoon you eat rice, and in the evening you still eat rice. Would our world be as beautiful and vibrant? Or can you envision a world where every voice sounds the same, or every face looks identical, or every thought echoes unison? What do you think that would look like? Or maybe a world where we looked at things through only a single lens of perspective. I'm provoking you, right? Okay, let's add one more layer to it. Imagine if all we had in this world was just one gender. I mean, we had only one gender in existence. Males or females. What would be the outcome? No, think about it, guys. What would be the outcome? Exactly. It would be a space void of happiness, beauty, creativity, and innovation. My name is Dr. Adora Dagogo, and I am here to talk to you about embracing diversity and technology as a catalyst for nation development. So you see, diversity is not just a passive concept. Rather, it is an active commitment to creating an inclusive, equitable, and a vibrant world for everyone. Diversity is not just about having different options of meal on the table, but every time you choose the same meal. Diversity is not having people of different backgrounds in the same room, but you do not value their perspectives. Diversity is not just a buzzword or a checkbox to be ticked or merely a superficial attempt at representation. True diversity goes beyond visible differences. It's about acknowledging diverse thoughts, perspectives, experiences, and identities. Diversity encompasses gender, age, religion, socioeconomic status, professional backgrounds, neurodiversity, and even political beliefs. Diversity is not just about giving a platform to one, two select groups, but rather ensuring that every voice around every corner of the society is heard, and that every story is valued, and that everyone is allowed to contribute their unique brilliance to this world. Okay, let's move towards technology. In today's digital age, IT skills are not just advantageous, but they are essential to the success of any career path. Did you know that more than 4.6 billion people worldwide today use the internet, and the number is increasing by the day? IT has crept into every aspect of our daily lives, from the moment you wake up to the sound from your smartphone, the buzzing notification, to the time you unwind with your favorite streaming services in the evening. Proficiency in IT is not just a luxury, it is essential. Research has shown that about 82% of the jobs we have today requires a certain level of IT skills and digital proficiency. You can see on the graph, numbers don't lie. This graph was taken by Grandview Research, and it says that between 2024 and 2030, there will be a 24% increase on the demand of digital skills. In fact, if you look to the right-hand side, the upper corner, you will see that the more digital skills that you have, the higher your per hour rate. That's the revenue you make as an individual. A lot of companies and organizations and industries are moving towards digital transformation. That means there is heavy reliance on digital skills. And therefore, you and I, people, will be needed to fit into this category. So whether it's medicine, or law, or engineering, or humanities, proficiency in IT opens doors to innovations, opportunities, and endless possibilities. You know, just like was said, I studied medicine in school. I did 6 years in medicine. And then I went further to do my master's in public health. Along the line, I stumbled into IT. A friend had introduced me into IT. I took a few courses here and there, from data analytics to cybersecurity to computer networking. I did a lot of those. Got opportunities in IT. And today, I can decide I want to go fully medical, or maybe IT. Or what about the combination of both? You see, I like to see IT as the vehicle for innovation and an advancement in every career you find yourself. Imagine a doctor using telemedicine, leveraging telemedicine to reach out to patients in remote areas. Imagine architects using virtual realization to create sustainable buildings, or even lawyers harnessing data analytics to streamline their legal research. The possibilities are just endless. Gone are the days where we had a very rigid career silos, where professionals were literally confined. They were literally limited. In today's world, IT has brought about different professions coming together and creating something unique, something diverse, something different. And it continues that way. So, whether you aspire to be a doctor or you aspire to be an educationist or you aspire to be an artist, whichever you decide, IT is that thing that unlocks different potentials in you. So you might ask and wonder, what is the intersection between diversity and technology? Okay. Picture a future where an individual or where individuals from different backgrounds, different fields of study can embrace IT skills and then are allowed to contribute their unique perspective towards solving everyday real-life societal challenges. You see, by fostering a culture of diversity and inclusivity, and by allowing people or contributing or harnessing IT skills in individuals, nations can unlock great potentials of their citizens and literally create a much more sustainable development. It continues. So if you're here today wondering, how can I navigate? First off, you must understand that investing in IT education goes beyond requiring technical skills. It's much more about empowering yourselves, empowering ourselves to navigate the ever-increasing digital landscape that we find ourselves and the future proof of our career. It is about positioning yourself very well with the right tools so that you can adapt, innovate, thrive in this ever-rapid growing job market we find ourselves today. You can do it. It is not just a thing, it is the thing. And so, in conclusion, let's recognize the transformative power that diversity and inclusion brings, especially being used as a catalyst towards collaboration and advancement. Let us embrace the introduction of technological skills in every aspect of our lives. You see, our diversities should not be our weakness, but our strength towards nation building. There is a famous quote, a Chinese famous quote, that encourages us to what? Learn, relearn, and unlearn. So if the intolerance of our diversities could be learned, then it can be unlearned. I want to encourage everyone in the house. Let's collaborate. Let's work together. Let's bring our uniqueness to the table. Let's bring our perspectives to the table and drive a much more inclusive, equitable, and digitally empowered world for our future and most especially for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
A round of applause once again for Dr. Adora Dagogo. Thank you very much for that speech. You know, I learned one or two things. One, diversity. She gave an example. What if we're all females here? What if we're all males here? Imagine that kind of world. Very boring. I would also say, imagine everything in this world was perfect, was very good. How boring would that be? So sometimes when people say, what bad things happening? I'm like, it's supposed to happen. It's normal. That's the diversity. She also mentioned you need to learn and relearn. I'm going to add this. You need to unlearn some things and relearn some things. Because every day, like the other speakers said, Ms. Bell, he said, we keep evolving. We keep learning new things. So, please, one more time, give it up for Dr. Adora Dagogo. Next, we have our next speaker coming up, and I am so happy to introduce this speaker. You might be wondering why I'm happy. Because she is the only student speaker we have in our midst. When I heard about her, when Dr. Mustafa told me, I said, who is this person? He said, you will meet her. So yesterday I saw her. I was expecting one, but then I saw this young lady and I was impressed. She is a student of Anhor University, a 400 level student in the Department of History and Diplomatic Studies. Please give it up for Divine Chukwemeka.
Introducing a migration researcher with a passion for understanding the migration trends among young Nigerian professionals. She was one of the over 250 young minds from across the globe who participated in the remarkable HistoCon Festival held in Berlin, Germany in 2022. In this International History Festival, she was assigned to various seminars alongside other youths where she made invaluable contributions. Through engaging interactive formats, she delved into post-1945 history, igniting a fervor for understanding the intricate narratives of our past. She has demonstrated a high level of dexterity, competence, and passion for young Nigerian migrants. Please welcome a dedicated researcher making a difference in the field of migration studies, Divine Chukwemeka.
Thank you very much. I'm so honored, glad, and excited to be here. So for a moment, I asked myself, who is being introduced? But guess who? That's me. were available. The hospital management was not remorseful, and they refused to take responsibilities for their mistake. With pain and grief, Mr. Callistus approached the police and laid his complaints. But he met, find something for the boys. The boys, they hate. The boys need encouragement. Really? Seeing the dysfunctional system, his pain grew into frustration. And like every average Nigerian, he decided it was high time for him to leave the country. Mr. Callistus embarked on a journey of rigorous research, consulting migration researchers and experts, visiting websites, asking questions from those that had migrated before. And he came to the conclusion that Canada was his best bet. And off to Canada he went. On getting to Canada, he landed a good job. He had value to offer. He got good accommodation, and he met fellow Nigerians in Canada. With time, he began to fit in and adapt to the systems, to societal values in Canada. As we speak now, Mr. Callistus is happily married to his beautiful Canadian wife with 2 kids. For Mr. Callistus, migration, Japa, presented a sweet experience as he moved from a point of frustration to that of satisfaction. But same cannot be said for Nurse Adobe, who spent 7 years in the Nigerian University, 5 academic years, 5 academic sections, and 2 years for strikes. She became the breadwinner of a family at age 18 when she lost her dad. She was saddled with the responsibility of taking care of a sick mom and 2 siblings. This was Nurse Adobe's drive, as she graduated with good grades and flying colors to make Mama proud and then chase the bag. But Nigeria happened, as she spent 2 years searching for a job, after which she landed one as a nurse, a 30,000 naira paying job. Nurse Adobe needs to buy medications for her mom on 30,000. Nurse Adobe needs to pay her siblings' school fees on 30,000. Nurse Adobe needs to pay for accommodation on 30,000. Nurse Adobe needs to put food on the table on 30,000. Nurse Adobe needs to provide basic necessities for the family on 30,000. The list goes on. Of course, the pressure was too much on a young girl. One day, she was on social media, Instagram to be precise, when she stumbled on the Instagram story of her former classmates. In the video, she saw her former classmates balling, flexing, and chopping life as a nurse in Germany. And she said, if she can do this, why can't I? Nurse Adobe proceeded to ask family and friends for money and for loan to finance her Japan move. And on the strength of an Instagram story, Nurse Adobe japared from Nigeria to Germany. From the both stories I just shared, Mr. Callistus and Nurse Adobe, one thing is common. They both japared, but the Japa experience they would get would not be nice. Of course, Adobe went to Germany. 2 months down the line, she's unable to get a job. That job she saw her former classmate found, she was already running low on cash, and she had to make do with the job of a cleaner that paid little at an old lady's house. Nurse Adobe does the dishes. Nurse Adobe does the laundry. Nurse Adobe cleans sheets. Nurse Adobe takes to say Japa presents a bittersweet experience for migrants with varying degrees of challenges and emotions. For us to say a migrant is having a sweet experience, then like Mr. Callistus must have landed a good paying job, he must have good accommodation, he must be able to communicate his interests, needs, and wants effectively, and most importantly, be able to send remittance back to his country. Remittance is what migration researchers, what migration scholars call the money sent from the host country to the home country. You must be able to send money back home to complete your father's uncompleted building. You must be able to send contribute to the burial fee of the grandma that just died. You must be able to send money back home to pay for Ujunwa's school fees. You must be able to send money back home to buy that chieftaincy title even in your absence. This is remittance. If you can do all of this, we perceive and we can safely say you are having a sweet migration experience. On the other hand, for us to say a migrant like Adobe is having a bitter migration experience, this migrant is finding it difficult to land a good paying job. This migrant does not have good accommodation. This migrant is struggling to speak a language that can be understood. This migrant is finding adapting to the weather condition difficult. And this migrant is unable to send money back home to his or her home country. From the stories and the analysis made, 4 lessons can be learned, 4 salient points to be highlighted. Firstly, and most importantly, before you migrate, make sure you prepare. They say a lot happens when preparation meets opportunities. Before you take that migration move, before you japa out of Nigeria, make sure you are prepared. Like Callistus, he asked questions, he made research. Callistus is not any better than Adobe. The only difference is that Callistus prepared. He had value to offer, and he got job, and he's doing well. But Adobe is not doing well in Germany. Not because she's not a good nurse. Remember I said she graduated with flying colors. Not because she doesn't have value to offer. But maybe, just maybe, Germany is not the place for her. Maybe there are higher demands of nurses in the UK. But she did not make any research. She did not prepare. She just jackpot. So we need to prepare before we jackpot. You need to prepare before you migrate. The second lesson we can learn from the story is that never make a japa move on the basis of what you see on social media. Take what you see on social media at your own perils. Social media now peddles fake lies, fake life. Many of those people you see putting out their wins, they don't put the struggles behind all of these. They don't put the pains and losses that they had. They just come out and say, oh, I'm in Germany and I'm having a good life. They don't show you what they go through. And many of us believe that as soon as you japa, as soon as you just go, you will be like the person you saw on the Instagram story. No, Sadobi was a victim of this. Of course, she's struggling to make ends meet, cannot cater for herself, talk more of sending money back to Nigeria. Her relatives, those relatives that gave her money, they're expecting money back. And now they say, Adobe is a disappointment. Adobe, you are a failure. Adobe that we picked from the gutters. You went to Germany and you forgot where you came from. Will not Adobe come out and say, I'm going through a lot? Uncle, auntie, I can't send money because I don't have. Of course not. Nurse Adobe will buy that nurse gown, or better still, hire one with a blue and red pen, make her own video and put it on Instagram, and another young Nigerian nurse will see this and say, if Nurse Adobe can do this, so can I. And that circle continues. The third lesson we can learn from the stories is that as Nigerians, we need to change the narrative that as soon as you cross the shores of Nigeria, as soon as you cross the borders, as soon as your flight begins to taxi on the runway, you are made. Cap. The fact that Mr. A jackpot and is doing well does not guarantee that Mr. B will jackpot and do well. You can leave Nigeria, you leave the green pastures here, in search for greener pastures, and you meet brown grass there. For Nurse Adobe, we see she jackpot from Sapa to Sapa Pro Max, and Nigerian netizens would like to say what I ordered versus what I got. That was the case of Adobe. The fourth, last but not least lesson to learn from these stories is that not everybody will jackpot. Yes, some will jackpot and some will have to stay back to water the green pastures here till they become greener and better. Not everyone will jackpot. Ultimately, none of us would like to end up like Nurse Adobe turned cleaner, right? Who moved from frying pan to fire. All in all, in the end, it is actions, inactions, reactions, and decisions that we make that would determine the kind of migration experience, either sweet or bitter, that we would enjoy. Thank you very much.
Don't worry, it's fine. If you want to spend today clapping for her, I'm going to allow you to do it if that's what you want. Unfortunately, we still have people that are waiting to speak to us, so I'm going to cut into the clapping. But then she's emphasized on an important topic to youth today. When she said how many of us want to jackpot out of the country, I could see a reasonable number of hands up, but she's emphasized that the grass is not greener on the other side. The grass is greener where? Louder, please. Anhor. I just hyped you guys. The grass is not greener on the other side. The grass is greener where? The grass is greener where you water it. Thank you very much. So now we are going to be having a very short musical interlude. It's for us to network. In case you're thirsty, there's water at the back. But just before we go on to network, we have the best of the best seated here. I want to give the opportunity for, and this is because we are in a networking session. That's why I'm allowing for this. Just, 2 to 3 students, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us what you do. Let the speakers know what you do. Let them know more about you. Because it's a networking. Because if I say we should network, I know that some of us will not want to come to the speakers. You'll be going to your friends. You'll not be holding your hands and be doing like you're networking. So 2 to 3 persons, who would go up first? It's very short, You could tell your friend to take a picture of you while you are speaking. So you too, you post on LinkedIn. I spoke at TEDxAnchor today. Okay, I've seen 1 person. 2 more persons. 2 more persons. As an event host, this is what I love the most. When you throw a question to the audience and nobody answers, it gives you the autonomy to pick who you want. So I'm giving you the last chance, so 2 persons. Okay, the last person. Thank you very much. Please, I need you guys to come out. Please, a round of applause for them. Come out. Don't worry. Come and meet me. We are going to speak. You're going to introduce yourself. Let them know who you are, what you do. I love your gown. It looks very beautiful. Come and stand where they stood. We have the best with us today, but we'll share our story. Future forward. Witnessing Jesus globally. Glory. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. So yes, who is going to be starting first? See you people. Ladies first. Then the lady has it.
So, all protocols duly observed. Good day, ma'ams and sirs. It's a privilege to be here. So, my name is Ekoy Aswanetop Joseph. I'm currently a final year student of the Department of Computer Science, and I'm currently traversing the field of machine learning, and I also have interest in data science and human-computer interface. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No, don't go. So here, we have Dr. Adora. She's into the field of tech, ICT. You know that. Beside her, we have Mr. Daniel Kwamingba. You know he's into tech also. Can you see at the back that gentleman sitting? That's Mr. Faithful. He's also into tech. So I'm just letting you know the people that you should network with. By the time I say it's networking session, you understand me? Yeah, so I'm looking forward to you reaching out to them on LinkedIn, every platform. Please, a round of applause for her. So now we are left with the two gentlemen. Please walk into the circle. Yes, thank you very much. Future forward, wonderful. Because of the shirt you are wearing, you're going to do something extra. Yes, so you would introduce yourself, and I'm giving you 30 seconds to give a TED talk. You don't know, how many of you know this thing on your WhatsApp status? You would write, this is my perspective towards this and this. Kiniko. You now put, thank you for listening to my TED talk. How many of you used to do that? Or you know people that do that? So something like that is what you're going to do. You can do it. Of course. That's the spirit.
According to our protocol duly observed, good afternoon, sirs and mas, and fellow students. I'm Joel Ademola, and I'm a serving copper currently, serving in Ogun State. Hallelujah, somebody. So, I'm a web designer, I'm a front-end developer, React to be precise, and I'm also into blockchain technology. How many of us will love blockchain? I believe blockchain can bring, I'm already into my TED talk. I believe blockchain technology can bring an innovative resolution or revolution to technology in terms of security. Though there's still some tests on it, but I believe with the help of blockchain technology, for example, let's recall the situation of what happened in the 2023 election. Many of us believe that the election was rigged. If you agree with me, say aye. And if you disagree, say nay. You can see that a larger percentage believe that the election in 2023 was rigged due to, we are used to this technology, this traditional way of voting, of going to the polling unit. But when I was doing research on it, how to renovate, how to change the situation about voting with our phone or our laptop, I came out with an idea called CypherPo. So, thank you very much. With that, I was able to integrate web blockchain together with web technology, in which it's giving me some accurate results. With it, I think with us using blockchain technology on our mobile phone, everybody will have ability to vote. People that are military, they cannot just go outside, drop their guns to go and vote. But people that are medical practitioners, they cannot leave the patient in the hospital and go out to go and vote. With them, with their comfort zone in the hospital, they can able to vote. I believe that idea of blockchain technology can renovate the world. Hallelujah. Thank you. And I appreciate you, my boss, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. You have gone above and beyond. 30 seconds has become 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Please, you can go back to your seat. So, we have the last person, and I'll just give you the option. What do you want to do aside from introducing yourself? You want to witness Jesus. Okay, so I'll just give you 30 seconds. It's a quick question. Have you ever considered migrating?
No.
Okay, this is new. You know, when Divine spoke, my friend, when she said, if you're planning to migrate abroad, raise your hand. You guys, lots of you, I saw you. You raised up your hand. I didn't raise mine. And then my friend came to Mark and was like, Marvelous, you're not raising your hand. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not raising mine. So thank you. It's very good to see somebody that believes in the same thing that I believe in. Thank you very much. So yes, you just...
is speaking to, is adding value to, is selling the value that he has to. Before now, that was impossible. What you would need to do is to come to a room like this. Imagine, how many of us are in this room? I doubt, when you compare the number we have in this room with the number that has access to this presentation out there, and the number that will have access to this recording months, weeks, years after now, you'll know that social media has brought some value to humanity. Also, for many organizations, in the past, most organizations were limited to their geographical location. And so if you had a product, you most likely only will be able to serve your direct audience within your immediate vicinity. But today, one of the things that, in fact, investors look for is the scalability of an idea. How easy can this idea reach much more people beyond your immediate environment? Yes, one of the tools that is used to broadcast the services and the provisions of these organizations is social media. Today, I do quite a number of hirings because of my involvement and the companies that I found and I work with. One of the things that we do when we're trying to hire is that we'll interview you, gauge your competence. But beyond interviewing you, we go online to check your profile, to see what you're doing online. Incidentally, one of your students, and by that Joel who just spoke, works with us. One of the things we did in auditing him was to check what he was doing, how his profile appeared, the value he was creating, all out there. And so, we cannot deny the fact that social media has its benefits. And in fact, today, for many organizations, when it comes to customer service, there is a great improvement. Have you ever come across a post online and then you're discussing something else, a trending post, and then someone comes and says, Zenith Bank, you have not paid me the money you withdrew from my account for some weeks now. Access Bank, you are owing me this amount. What happens immediately? They have bots that automatically quickly respond whenever they find their names online, and they will follow up that customer to make sure that they provide excellent service to that customer as they have promised. And so, certainly, social media has its benefits. But it also has its hidden costs. And these hidden costs come mostly in form of some of these things that inhibit productivity, especially for young people. Now, it is very easy in the era of social media for you to engage in endless conversations, and then you're constantly chatting with someone, you're engaging that person. If you think of the number of hours that you lose in those chats, you will know that it is important to be very deliberate to know that you are incurring a cost by that time you are spending on social media. In the days when we were in school, there wasn't as much of the prevalence of social media, and we know how much time was expended on studying. And so, for students here, it is important for you to consider and remember that for every moment that you spend on social media, there is a cost, and it comes in terms of your time. What's another cost of social media? One of the things that social media has done is that it has emboldened people who naturally will not be able to come to you physically and engage you, but they will come on social media and do all sorts of things. You heard of the story maybe of Nathaniel Bassey and then some people put up a picture, and then that of Mercy Chinwo and their baby, and said, this baby belongs to Nathaniel Bassey. That's cyberbullying, right? People are emboldened to go out there, but many times it is more expensive for them. I learned that there's a suit now for these guys to pay, some huge sum as a result of what they have done, right? So sometimes the liberty that social media brings sometimes makes people even go above board to do what we call cyberbullying, and this has its implication as maybe these guys might be paying eventually. Another major cost of social media is the impact of trend chasing. You see someone on social media, it looks a particular way, and I'm very delighted with one of our previous speakers that spoke about the fact that it is not always exactly the way you see it on social media. The beauty you see on social media has some price behind it before it comes forth. But it is very, and because people want to chase the trend, you find them go to a place. They take a picture in a place that looks like maybe somebody else's house or something, and then they post it as though it's their own house, right? The implication of that is that the day you encounter one of the people that have met you and that have had that perception of you, you lose confidence. And that takes me to the next thing, social anxiety. You have given a perception, an impression out there that is not exactly who you are. And so it becomes difficult for you to engage and to interact with people that you are meant to engage and interact with, because you have painted a perception that is different from the real you. And so it becomes difficult for the real you to be able to make the desired moves to be able to get to where you will have gotten to. And so it's important to take note of this key thing. And I'd like to say one last thing about in this area, the effect of time-killing addiction. Some people are so addicted to social media, and so they are not able to drop their phone for a moment. And the reality is, isn't it as if they are doing something valuable on that social media? It's just basically chatting and discussing with people. They are not making money. They are not adding value. They're basically. So the essence of this session is to make you think and consider how you're using social media. Now, I'd like to say something about this effect of this addiction. There is something called deep work. And deep work is that thing. Now, one of the things that social media does is that it brings about an intrusion that minimizes the potential for deep work. Deep work is the peak of assimilation and frequency, for complex work. Now, let me explain that. What I'm saying is, there is a point you get to as you begin to do work that your progress becomes faster because you have expended time to concentrate on that work. All right? I remember when I was in the university, yes, I was a very studious student, and many of the time we spent time in the library. I found out that the very first few hours, you may not assimilate as much as when you stay on doing that study. The same thing with work. When you are trying to come up with a proposal, when you are trying to fine-tune an idea, it takes time to stay on and focus to be able to get to that crescendo where you then begin to find out, patterns and things that you had not discovered initially. But in the era of social media, it is very important that we avoid a scenario where you have too frequent breaks Constantly, you check your phone, you get back in, you check your phone, and then you're not able to focus on work for a period of time. It has a potential of reducing the tendency for you to come up with an outstanding or groundbreaking output. And so, deep work is limited by, the persistence and the interruptions that come from social media. I have a graph up there, if we can have it. It says something. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Who do you think spends more time on social media, men or women? You will think it's men, but data shows us that it is actually women. All right? And so women spend, well, on the average in groups, but the average says about 2 hours, 59 minutes is spent by women between age 16 and 25, and those between the age 25 and 34 spend 2 hours, 48 minutes. That's an average. I know some will spend way more, while some spend way less. But you need to check your own self and check how much you spend and the value that you're creating with the time you're spending on social media. The social media has about 5 billion users, and each user is projected to spend about 143 minutes per day, and about 720 billion minutes per day is spent by all social media's users on social media. And this results in about 260 trillion minutes per year, or 500 million years of collective human time spent on social media. Now, this time that is spent on social media ultimately is a time, I don't know if you realize that the product being sold on social media is your content. So the time you spend on social media is time spent doing some work for Facebook, for Instagram, or for whatever platform. And so as you spend that time on social media, is it not important for everyone to begin to think and begin to imagine, am I creating value from the time I spent on social media? Am I just giving value to the owners of social media? Am I drawing out value from social media? And that's why when you go on social media, apart from interacting with friends, apart from engaging with friends, it is important that you also use that platform to put out content that would help you to derive value from that platform. As I close, I'd like to say, it is possible that you have two people in the same room, both of them glued to their phones, but one person is smiling to the bank and the other is busy lamenting. Why? Because of how they are utilizing the time they spend on social media. So, for every time that you spend on social media, begin to think. I did an estimate that if you have someone who earns 300,000 naira per month, and then you look at the value of the time of that person, is about I think I came up with 1,875 naira as the daily amount that the person spends per hour. So for every time that you spend on social media, think of it. If you spend 3 hours, that's more than 5,000 that you pay Facebook per day to use that platform. My question to you, as you pay Facebook that money, as you spend that time to, on social media to engage, how much of value are you pulling back from that platform? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. He has highlighted to us that for some people, they could be using social media and be smiling at their bank. And for some other persons, it's the opposite. And so he has told us to reflect on ourselves. How many hours do you use on social media? And most importantly, what are you doing on social media? Please, another round of applause for him. Moving on quickly, I'm going to be inviting on stage a creative with a difference. Why I call him the creative with a difference is this. For many of us, we have hobbies, or we have things that we do that are on the creative space. So maybe you write, you sing, you do spoken words, or like him, you take pictures and you make videos. One thing that he's doing is he's using this skill, this creative skill, to actually impact change, to influence policy in the society that he's in. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Mayowa Adebote for a documentary. You just have to keep on clapping till he gets here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the introduction. My name is Adebote Mayowa, and I would be speaking. Is my slide ready? I would be speaking to us briefly on a certain context that I believe a lot of you already know about. Before now, say some 10 years ago, I started photography. Am I supposed to stand here? So I can't move around. I'm supposed to stay here. It's okay, I'll try. So some 10 years ago, I ventured, started photography. After leaving the school, I was posted to Kaduna to serve. And at some point, I started asking myself, what can I do? What do I want to do? At some point, I had to draw a drawing board. And I started asking myself, in the Yoruba, for those of us that are familiar with this, I started asking myself, what do I want to make out of my life? What do I want to make out of my existence? And that was how, with prayers and lots of thoughts, I ventured into photography. And back then, photography was just taking pictures of babies, taking pictures of burials, right? Taking pictures of weddings, taking pictures of what other activities? Birthdays, okay? Bridal shower, did a lot of that. And I made lots of money from it, right? But a point came again and I started asking myself, I wanted to do more. I wanted to make impacts. I wanted to solve a social problem. And then with prayers again, I sort of ventured into the environment space and a particular context, which is climate change. How many of us have heard of climate change? If I ask you what exactly is climate change, how many of you can give response or answers to that? Can you? Can you? Anybody? So, I'm just going to be sharing a little. I'm not comfortable with staying in one place. Like around the circle. Okay. Do I have like a pointer or something? Or how do I? Okay. All right. So, good. Thank you. So a point came when like I said, started asking myself, what can I do? How do I make better impact? And then I delve into the environment and climate change. Imagine holding your breath for like 2-3 hours. How many of us can do that? And then imagine how much of money you can count. This is to tell the importance of the environment that we live in. This is to tell how important the environment is to us. How important the environment is to biodiversity generally, to humans, to plants, to animals. But then it's just quite unfortunate that not so many of us pay close attention to the environment. This photograph happens to be the first set of photographs that I created when I ventured into the whole climate change space. And I titled this project The Black Oxygen. On this, this is not going. Is it just this? The next picture, yeah. I titled this project The Black Oxygen. I titled this project The Black Oxygen, and it shows how a recycling organization in a community close to us burn tires, and in the process of burning tires, there's this very large emission that is released into the air, and by extension, it's affected people's lives, it's affected women, it's affected children. But with the help of some of these photographs, I took it upon myself, went to the community, did my own research, and then documented how people's lives were being affected. And with the help of the photographs, it caught the attention of the state government as well as some folks from the Federal Ministry of Environment. And through these photographs, they were able to come to the rescue of the community and bring some form of justice to the community. If you look at this image, this is a picture of my hands. You see how black it is. By just gliding your palm on the surface of your table, it turns out to be this black. Or just walking in your dining or walking in your sitting room, it turns out to be this black. And this shows how much of polluted air that the people in this community especially have been inhaling. And like I said, with the help of these photographs, we were able to restore peace and justice back to that community. Lagos in particular, I think there's a research I read sometime recently that says Lagos, the air we breathe in Lagos is about, I think the statistics says Lagos is one of the cities with the most polluted or most terrible air quality, so to say. Unfortunately, we pay less attention to it. Human activities ranging from burning, who can give me some examples of how human activities affect human air quality? Yeah? Speak up. Poor refuse disposal, yes. You don't know if I'm going to give you something. Next. Who else? Exhaust from our buses, yes. Thank you. Who else? Deforestation. Does deforestation affect? You mentioned it now. Let me hear you. Can you defend that? How does deforestation affect our air quality?
Cutting down of trees which could help.
Great. Thank you very much. I go on to this next image. This image happens to be very dear to me. I documented this in Ayetoro community somewhere in Ondo State. And it shows, I wish you would display it for people to see. Thank God. It shows how increase in sea level rise has affected us. It shows how increase in sea level rise, flooding generally, has affected human activities, that affected livelihood, it's affected our homes, it's affected our, infrastructures. And as at now, this building you see here do no longer exist. I titled this project Before the Last Crumble. Yes, and it might interest you to know that these photographs got me about $900 very recently. This is not the aim, but then all I'm trying to do, and the message I'm trying to point out here is, in your little sphere, in your endeavors, in whatsoever it is that you do currently, you can begin to look at how you can contribute, to the environment, look at how you can contribute to climate change. I never thought photography was something I could use, as a tool for social change. I thought photography was just taking pictures, some of these things that I mentioned to you, right? Going next is this picture. It happens to be, very special picture too. And if you look at this picture, you will see that most of the debt that humans have thrown or dumped on the sea, after a while, the sea brings it back again to us. Am I right? Going to the next image, I know I don't have too much time again, is a picture of an innovative idea that someone, a lady in Ibadan, Adejoke Lasisi, can you help me with that? Control. Okay, I think this is the next picture. You guys are not connecting, no? I want the picture with the plate of food, please. If you look at this picture very well, what comes to mind? Perhaps it makes you hungry. Is it? But then, permit me to take your attention away from the food. Look at the table mat and the other table mats we have in the frame. These table mats were made from 60 sachets of pure water. Pure water that you and I dump on the road, or dump on the streets, right? And so many people have been taking innovative steps and action and looking at how to contribute in different ways to the whole subject of the environment and climate change. So what Adejoke Lasisi does is she goes about on the street to pick pure water sachet. You know, if you look at the next image, she goes pick pure water sachet and then she converts it into different materials. As a matter of fact, the clothes she's wearing is also been made from pure water sachet. And this is a process. If you look at the next image, this is the process of she washing the nylons and then using it to, the next image please, using it to come up with different materials like shoes, bags, cloth. The next image is an image of a particular lady. This attire seems to be very common to us, the Iro and Buba. But if you check from the gele to the Iro, the Buba and the bags, all completely made from waste, pure water sachets, like I said, that you and I dump on the streets. In Lagos alone, on a daily basis, record says or shows that we generate about 10,000 metric tons of waste. You then will ask yourself, where do these tons, this waste, where do they end up? Oftentimes they end up in landfills, right? Sometimes they end up clogging our drainages. This leads to erosion. Sometimes these materials end up in the ocean. The fish you and I go to consume some of the particles of these dirt, and then we go again, take this fish and then consume them. We then will ask ourselves, who is doing who, right? You see that we are the one actually affecting ourselves. The next image is the image I was opportune to go around Lagos State to document. The next image, please. The drone image of a landfill. I was opportune to go around Lagos State to document all of the landfills we have. This landfill is close to our church. This landfill close to our homes, close to where we do our businesses. And you agree with me that these landfills have also cost millions, to the society. This is, and by just passing around the place, you know how that stink that comes from the place, there's also this large methane gas that is emitted from all of the dump sites, and by extension, this has also caused global warming. This image, the next image, is an image in a community very close to where I live, right? So I would say I'm lucky to live in a community where I'm able to harmonize, myself with nature. But if you look at the next image, this is the reality of so many people living in Lagos, right? I wish that as a take-home, we can begin to look at innovative ways on how to sustainably harmonize living with nature, living with plants, and I hope with these few photographs, I've been able to let you know that, or inspire you that in your little spheres, whatsoever it is you do, you too can be a part of the conversation of climate change. You too can be a part of ensuring that we live in a sustainable future going forward. Thank you.
Yes, moving on very quickly. I would like to once again enjoin you to give a round of applause for him. Not just because he came here on stage to speak to you, but because he actually spoke things that were inspiring. Before now, if you had heard of Adejoke Lasisi, before now, if you have heard of her, okay, let me just give you one very quick thing. So, very recently, she and her team gathered Dangote salt nylons. I'm sure you guys know Dangote salt nylons. They gathered it together and they used it to do all these things, the bags and those designs that you saw. And the company had to reach out to her for a partnership. So please, as you're going about your day, now brings me to the question: how many of us will plant trees as we are going back? At least we've had pictures to now support the arguments. Okay. How many of us are going to be careful of how we dispose sachet bags? We are getting there. I'm sure that in the next 6 months, we will be planting trees. So now we're going to be introducing one of our spoken word artists. He's here to actually speak to us, to inspire us, and to motivate us. Please join me to invite to the stage Dayo Moyo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think at the beginning we set the tone for this event. Future forward. So I'm to say Anhor University first. Anhor University. All right. So I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity. First and foremost, I'd like to do this. Kindly help me celebrate my students from my school. I'm a teacher by profession. I brought 4 students from JS 1 and 2. They are the back there. So I say this so that if they walk up to you after the event and ask you, how did you become a medical doctor? You can sit them down and speak to them. Thank you very much. So thanks a lot. The piece I'm going to be performing this afternoon is titled A Letter from My Daddy's Dad. Enjoy. A wise man once said, and I quote, "A young boy with great dreams who hasn't learned the wisdom to wake, to place one foot before the other in work would quickly realize that dreams unworked are but fantasies. Clouds they are without water, pictures, images in thin air. It's the same illusion that made a young boy pee his sleeping mat into a swimming pool, you see. Asking today what a young girl wishes to become tomorrow is a misleading question. For it assumes that you can wish your way into becoming, that you can magically swing a wand, abraka, a maid is become a queen. But my dear, this only happens in one country called fairy tale, in a nation named Nickelodeon. Wake up. I used to be a sleepy death log in a graveyard, staring lazily at tombstones, psyching myself as I read the epitaphs of those that were long gone, that if only I could stand. That if only I could stand, I would beat their records hands down. It took years before I discovered that I was a disc jockey crashing a broken record, a joker who falsely think he's got the joker card on a poker table. I used to be a sleepy death lord in a graveyard. Not until the day I met a dying man on his deathbed. He was my daddy's dad, a man I'd known all my life. August 15, 2015. I walked into the room that held my childhood secret like a bullet ricocheting into his chamber. I came cold feet, wobbling gait. I was hung over on my own emotions, for the same house I was born in was the same house my daddy's dad was dying in. As I entered his room that Monday morning, oblivious of why every teary eyes were staring at me, my mama put me close, whispered into my ears, "Your grandpa has asked to see you one last time." Mama blinked, and like a true African hen, just with one gesture, she ushered everyone out of the room. I've never felt more fearful, more lonely in my entire life, for sleeping still like a log of wood was a man who once turned metal string into a choir melody. My mama told me, he lullabied me to sleep when I was a kid. But in that moment, all I could remember in that moment were the sad song he usually sang at our backyard, so sad they made stone eyes cry. I was 8 when he taught me to play the keyboard. So as I sat in that room, sick to my stomach, I mustered the strength to stand. Slowly, I walked to pick his guitar. I figured I would play the same song, the same tune he taught me when I was a kid, again and again, until my fingers bled tears. But first things first, my daddy's dad used to say, "Stroke your hand through the strings, make sure they are firm. And before you try a triad, slip your hands into the pocket of the guitar, for trapped in that compartment could be a note from a fan, father, mother, lover, son, daughter. When I was younger, my daddy's dad always left me notes. He was my number 1 fan. So first things first, I ran my hands through the strings, make sure they were firm. And before I tried a triad, I slipped my hand into the pocket of the guitar strap, not expecting to find any notes. But I found one addressed to me. It was from my father's father. And I have it till date. Every day, Mondays to Mondays, they've always been with me and will forever be. Dear Dotun, it reads, if you are reading this, it's either I'm slipping into the doors of death or slipping within the corridors of a casket, lifeless. A dead man should have no secrets, so I'm bearing my heart, stripping my flesh bare, spreading my dirty linen on the line, that my lineage through you may learn that tomorrow is an illusion. Today is all with God. The future is but a mirage. The harder you try to cash it, the farther it moves. Today is all with God's son. 25 years after marrying your grandma, 24 years after betting your father and 4 others, I lost my virginity. And with it, my love, I lost my zest, innocence for life. I grew cold towards my wife. I blew out on my children. They froze at the breath of my nostrils. I was 55, 5 years from retiring. And it just dawned on me that all those years I'd lived for others. First, it was for my parents and their fantasies. I was a pawn in their chess game. They called me junior. I was supposed to grow to correct their mistakes. Then I lived for my wife and her needs, followed by my children and their future, people I knew I didn't know and their problems. I never lived for my purpose, God's purpose for my life. At 55, I discovered that life had happened to me. I've been dragged through the muddy swamps to survive, drowned my childhood dream, despised my calling, all the while numbing myself with the thoughts, at least, I did it for family. But after the dust had settled, I asked, was it worth it? To sacrifice your dreams for family only to end up a miserable hero. In the end, my children lost a father. My wife lost a husband. I became a dead man living too poor on life to buy time, my boy. Yesterday, I blamed others instead of myself. Today, I blame myself. I was the one who was a coward, too fearful to stand for what I saw in my heart, too timid to pursue the unknown, too faithless to believe the one who had called me. My parents weren't God. My wife wouldn't have minded a smaller house. My children were no choosers. My son. I have spent the last 15 years of my life drafting my defense. That defense I would present at Heaven's gate. An excuse for coming up here still filled with talents untapped, gifts unused, potentials not exploited. Let my life be a course you never take. Never live for tomorrow what you could start today. Do not be afraid to explore virgin fields. Don't be discouraged by the bulls of onlookers. Results turn critics into fans. Dotun, let these words be written on my tombstone. Here lies a man who shows safety over adventure, money over fulfillment. He got more from life than he gave, and died full, but fruitless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that you guys love spoken words a lot. So we have another spoken word artist, and I'm just going to be calling him up now. Emmanuel Allison. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good day, everyone. Yeah, this piece I'm about to deliver is just a hope to someone seated here in the crowd. Short and witty might be my sayings, but truly they are weighty. Listen, here I'm speaking to you and you and you in a goodly apparel. Give heed to my sayings. They are sagacious words, words of wisdom, that will keep, preserve, and sustain you till you are old and gray. Can I ever amount to anything? Take a look at me. I've got nothing. Not even a shoe or a clothing. The last attire I got from Bend Down and Select has got everything displayed in it, including his button. Nothing to live on to make ends meet. Is there anything left for me? I'm sure these are the words, these are the thoughts that have raced through your minds, even through the nights that have given you sleepless nights. But truly there is a hope for the future. Why? Because David the psalmist will say, I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? It does not come from the north, the west, or the east, or the south, but it comes from God, the maker of heaven and earth. I'm so very sure that most of the youngsters seated here want to japa. Why? Because of the current situation in Nigeria called Sakpa. Your everyday language has become a choke because you are not aware that your help does not come from abroad but from above. The one who architectured your future does not live in the United States but resides in his own architectural estate. He does not live in Canada or Florida. Hence, is able to make you successful even in Nigeria, down the streets of Bagada. So what do? You lift up your heads high, shoulders squared, saying with assurance, I can do. I can do. Then what do you do next with these words of hope? You approach your future as though it were coleslaw. Then you approach it with the mindset of a winner, chopping life like burger. Why? Because you know on your side is your heavenly Father. You've heard of the changing climate. So who brings the solution template? Surely not the Senate, but you and I. Think high, think wide. Use your mind because in it resides the future, the formidable future you like. Thank you.
I'm trying to recall which one I'm going to say. But the one I liked was that chopping life like burger. Because I mean, who doesn't want to chop life like burger? But I think that to actually take a piece of the scriptures and then to transform it into what he just did just reminds me of, what the documentary speaker came to tell us about having perhaps a skill in photography and transforming it into something that creative. Emmanuel Allison, thank you very much. Please a round of applause for him. Like I said earlier on, I think that the grain in youth events is spoken word. So we are going to be having our final spoken word artist, Precious Olugbodi.
Welcome to my generation that strives to impact the nation, a generation with brains in bigger ration. Want to join me on this ride? Come on, of course, I don't mind. The more the merrier. In this generation, we all must grind. This is my generation, and I am a generator of value amidst any perpetrator. My growth impacts the nation. This is my generation, so arise, O compatriots, and awake from thy slumber, O patriots. No time to waste time. People say yes, to follow Africans' time. The future is now, and we dare not bow like a cow ready to be slaughtered, for we are the giant of Africa. Let us stand together with the banner held high, for we are a generation made for the sky. Let us make do with our fatherland and take what is rightfully ours. The greatness of a generation lies within our hands. Either we gather to make or we be gathered to break. We shout and yell forward ever, but how further have we gone? We cry about Father to intervene in our matter because we only carry space, no weight. Wake up, all you people. We are the Gen Z. We are the leaders of today, for tomorrow doesn't come in a day. It is just the future tense. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Goes the sound of the clock. Time wait for no man. My generation won't need you if you refuse to be available to be of use. The mantra on everyone's lips, we will survive, instead strive has become the order of life. The economy has done on everyone's ability. We see plastic of made in China, matches made in India, yet we complain about the rise in dollar. Oh, wake up, people of Nigeria. This is my generation. We've got the brains, but all we've learned have gone down the drain. We, the masses, our decision wasn't placed into consideration when the motion for fuel subsidy was put into action. They couldn't wait for a month to suffice. Of course, their supporters received goodies. I think they're listening to our pleas. However, it's good to study, but certificate alone doesn't bring food to that table. It only adds value to what is inside of you, because you can only use what you have to get what you want, only if you have what it takes. This is my generation. I am Precious Olubodi. Thank you.
Should I say Gen Z generation? See them. Thank you, Precious. Next, we have our next speaker. Coming up, we have our next speaker. I hope we are not tired. I hope we are not tired. We have our next speaker, who is a technology expert and specializes in AI, artificial intelligence, and data science. He is the partnership and programs manager, Kibo Schools, and he is also the convener at Abeokuta Tech Hangout. He is Oluwaseun Hamzat. Please welcome to the stage Oluwaseun Hamzat.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce a leader and strategy consultant in technology with a special focus on artificial intelligence and data science. With proven competence and experience in technology, startup ecosystem development, international business, and project management, he is a true force to be reckoned with. His passion for technology, innovation, and business ecosystems shines through in his impactful initiatives, which have garnered recognition from international development agencies, governmental agencies, and civil society. Notably, he has been honored with an award presented by the former governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosun. Please welcome a visionary leader at the forefront of technology and innovation, Oluwaseun Hamzat, the partnership and programs manager at Kibo School.
Okay, super excited to be here, and it's good to see everyone again. I'm going to be talking about, straight to the point, I'm talking about something that I'm very sure you've always thought about. In fact, seems to be one of the most talked about topic in our generation. It's going to have real impact on the way we live, on the way we play, and on the way we work. And today I'll be talking about one of my favorite topics, AI, augmented creativity. And I'm going to take a unique perspective to looking at AI today. One of the interesting ways that we've always looked at AI is that we always look at AI from the point, of fear, just because that's the way it's been presented to us in Hollywood. Right? We've always seen that AI, is going to take over jobs, going to take over a lot of things. But again, let's look at the very definition of creativity and try to explore AI and human creativity from a different standpoint. And perhaps we'll see AI differently, and then maybe you would have a light bulb moment of how you can begin to implement and use AI even as a tool to advance your life, advance your career, and also advance your business. So let's look at the concept of creativity. According to the American Psychological Association's Dictionary of Psychology, and I have to go pull this out, because creativity has now become a topic by definition continues to change just because of the advent of AI. And so these guys define creativity as the ability to produce or develop original works, theories, techniques, or thoughts that display some sort of originality, imagination, and expressiveness, right? But it's really very difficult to really pinpoint exactly what makes someone more creative than the other person. Can you all hear me better now? Okay, great. And so for me, and for the whole human race, we've always thought that creativity was always something specially reserved for the human race. It's like nothing else can be this creative. No animals, no species of animals that we know. And definitely not machines. How can machines be creative? Until the past 5 years that have come around, and we started hearing interesting things about AI. An AI painting winning the art prize AI painting, competing with other artists, and then the AI painting won. And we started hearing again as well of a writing contest that AI also won. And also we just heard of recent as well, just about 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, MIT just released that AI beat a human test for creativity. And also, of course, we all know about Sora, the past 1 month by OpenAI, everybody's been celebrating it. And now that begins to come back again and ask us, we now get back again asking the same question. Is it true that only human beings have the claim to creativity? And that's a very interesting question to ask. But the funny thing about creativity is that, especially because of the advent of AI, researchers have gone back again to re-examine the very topic of creativity. What does it mean? And there are various schools of thoughts that try to explore what creativity is. But one of the popular ones and very easy one to really test, because I would love us to do a simple test right now, even in my session, even if just for about a minute or 2 minutes. There are a popular school of thought that considers, creativity in 2 ways. Number 1, divergent thinking, and number 2, creative thinking. For divergent thinking, basically what it means is that there's an open-ended question where there are a lot of possible solutions to that same question. But then you have to be creative to be able to think about those ideas to be able to answer those questions. While for convergent thinking, there is one perfect or one optimal answer for questions, a lot of questions. And of recent, this was one of the things that MIT was referring to when they said AI beat some of the creativity tests. And one of the things that we started testing, especially with ChatGPT, was to ask and to compare with human beings. Like they ran this same exercise I'm about to run now with 250 humans, and they gave them a picture of a brick, a pencil, and then one other material that I can't remember at this moment. And they asked them, can you come up with 50 different ways that you can use this point of a brick? So I want us to take that simple exercise right now. If you can take your pen and your paper, and I'll just give you 1 minute. Write down 50 or just say 10 different ways that you think you can use a brick, apart from building a house, obviously. What other ways can you use a brick? You guys are thinking? So basically, I'm giving the same task that we gave ChatGPT 4, I believe. Guess what? When they compared the results of ChatGPT with the result of 250 human beings, they realized that ChatGPT produced a lot of more novel, original ideas than most human beings. Now, does that then mean that AI is now more creative than human beings? Or just that AI has now learned to pass a creativity test? Because they can be two completely different things. Anyway, depending on your understanding of AI creativity, what has happened right now is what we call FOBO. It's a new fear that has now erupted again as well amongst professionals and business people. And if you have never thought about it, because Nigerians sometimes, for some reason, we're always slow to these things. These are things that people are already examining and already seeing immediate effect of AI on their jobs. You see, like AI is taking this many jobs. For some reason, Nigerians don't even really care until they start touching them. But anyway, last 2 weeks or last couple of months, there was a massive strike in Hollywood, and the writers, the guys who write your beautiful movies, went on a strike. And guess what they were striking against? They were striking against AI. And they said they don't want to see AI being used in Hollywood. Because now, if AI begins to write all the movies, they are definitely going to run out of jobs. And so they wrote this up. And according to, I think, New York Post, says, basically this strike cost the Hollywood industry about $6.5 billion. You can just imagine. And this is the popular way that people are really exploring. And for me, it's really a little bit sad, because this is one massive technology that has ability to change human innovation as we know it, but people are approaching it from the point of fear, not from the point of wonder, from the point of exploration. And that's perhaps what I wanted to really address today and see, can we look at AI from a completely different aspect, apart from the fact that AI is going to take my job, or AI is going to do this, I'm not going to be able to do this without AI, and things like that. And some of the things that I want us to really look at. And one person that we can really learn from is from this man. I don't know if you can see the picture. Who can identify this man? Who knows who this man is? Anybody? Come on, computer science students. Anybody? Come on, that's Kasparov. So one of the best chess players of his generation. Remember, this was even way beyond this decade. I think it was in the 90s, where Kasparov was beaten for the very first time by an AI machine. And it was all doom and gloom. All papers wrote about it. Human creativity is in shambles. AI is coming and all that. But the interesting thing is that we thought that chess as a game would really go down. But what has really happened as a result is that human beings have gotten really, really good and really way better at chess than at any time in period. In fact, right now, there's one Nigerian, right, that we all know, that is really going about to try and break the record. So the doom and the decline that people like prophesied, if I can use the word, against chess, because now they found an ultimate playing machine that can defeat anybody. They basically defeated Garry Kasparov, and that's going to be the doom. But then we realize that from history, we have realized that AI is not coming to eliminate anything. It's really coming to augment whatever we have, right? And that's the idea that I really want to talk about. That AI, the true potential of AI, is not in replacing humans, but to assist humans in their efforts to create either two unimaginable solutions. Things that we could not even imagine before now. AI gives us the audacity to be able to dream. AI gives us the ability to be able to just consider things that we've never even thought of combining together at any point in time. And right now, there's a lot of limitations. Human beings, we have a lot of creativity. But even as we are now, there are a lot of limitations to our own creativity. For example, there's something that we know as what we call expertise bias. The fact that because this is how we have been doing it, it's also going to remain the way we are also going to continue to do it. In Nigeria, you are more familiar with that than anywhere in the world, because the same way we have been running our politics, it's still the same way that we are running it, and probably it's going to be the same way that we're running it in 20 years from now, if nobody really changes. But no, these are some of the limitations. For example, again, one other limitation of human creativity is that as brilliant as we are, very few of us have the ability to be able to provide or produce our ideas in pictorial format. And this is something that AI completely excels at. Another thing again is some people might have a really wonderful idea, but because they don't have the domain expertise, it's really difficult for people to be able to hear them. And these are the things that AI can really provide and help us overcome the limitations of our own human creativity. So I came up with 4 simple ways. And these are, I'm telling you, this is like child's play. This is the very first stage or first level of how you can begin to use AI, no matter what level you are, to begin to augment human creativity. Number 1 is that AI can help you to begin to think, to do what I call divergent thinking. I'm going to explain that in a little while. Divergent thinking, then it challenges expertise bias that I just explained, and also assist in idea evaluation, and the 4th one, to support idea refinement. So let's talk about divergent thinking. And the best way to do this is actually to show you a real life example, not to just conjure something theoretical. This is a picture that was developed by Midjourney, right? And the simple prompt that was given to this AI board was to say, we want you to create a new concept. Are you paying attention to me? A new concept of chairs. But we want you to use the imagery of an elephant and a butterfly. And then from there, create an entire new concept of chairs. And also create an entire new design for chocolates. Carrying the imagery or the design structure from elephants and butterfly. And this is, on your right, you will see what Midjourney was able to provide or produce based on, just within short periods. These are things that, the creativity just really aligns. That just simple ideas. And that's what we call divergent thinking. Our ability to be able to mix different concepts together to create something completely and entirely new, where you can reimagine new things like you've never been able to imagine before. And this is not just something that is available to top scientists. This is something that's also available to you right now, because some of these AI platforms are completely accessible, and some of them are even completely free. The other thing I want to talk about again as well is what they call challenge expertise bias. And basically, this is another concept that was run. And all these concepts, you can find them online. Also, a simple test that was run by a toy maker. And so this toy maker wanted to design a new set of toys, but again, didn't want to limit the creativity of the AI system with functionality. It was like, without function, don't think about functionality, just design new set of toys based on the concept of a crab. And then this is what Midjourney was also able to provide. And then they were able to pick about 3 of them and then impute structural designs into it, and then able to launch completely new set of periods, new set of products in record time. Has never been done before at that level of speed, or at that level of speed. And so these are the things that AI can open to any one of us, be able to create completely new products within really short time. Another interesting one as well is that AI can help in idea evaluation. And this is something that's very, very interesting. I used to work in the innovation space. I worked for one of the biggest AI solution delivery network in Africa. And remember that we'll be running different hackathons, and we'll pay judges, handsomely, to come and gauge people's ideas about how to apply AI in a particular industry. But another interesting use case for this new generative AI that we are beginning to see right now is in idea evaluation. And this is a simple test. Like, you can read this case study on Harvard Business Reviews, available publicly online. They provided ChatGPT-4 with 3 novel ideas. Number one was packaging with a dynamic expiry date. The other one was an app to help donate food, and the third one was an app to help educate people on expiry dates and the effect of expiry dates on food. And then they gave the idea to ChatGPT-4 to evaluate. Not only was ChatGPT able to evaluate on 4 different things, which was the novelty, the workability, and all these different criteria, was able to point out the flaws, the weakness, the strength of each idea, and able to score them appropriately and say this one would actually make more sense even to the market. And these are the possibilities that are available today. There's no need for you to go and spend so much money on trying to launch a new product and seeing if market will accept it or not. You can begin to pose some of those questions even to your AI, right? And again, finally, and I'm going to probably end on this note, is idea refinement. And so those 3 ideas basically were given to AI, and AI basically created one single idea from the combination of all 3 ideas, which is just quite remarkable. And I'd like to end on this page, and I'm sorry that I'm also going to round up and tie it down to this bias, which is something I was trying to correct. But I'm going to tie to the bias in a subtle way and change it again, maybe your frame of thinking about it, is that AI is not going to replace your job. It's not going to take away your job, no matter how people say it. It is not. What will actually really take off your job are people who know how to use AI, who can open boundless point of imaginations and creativity themselves, just by the fact that they could augment their human creativity with their creativity. Thank you very much, and I hope that you're able to see AI from a different point of view. Thank you for your time.
AI is not going to take your job. It's the people that know how to use AI that will take your job. I want to ask you guys a question. If it were, let's say, a robot that was hosting this event, how would it be? Let me know how I should begin to add AI into my comparing. So if it were a robot that was hosting this, how would you feel? Or if you went to the hospital, it would be unreal. If you went to the hospital, and the surgeon turns out to be a robot, how does that feel? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? But do you know that right now, that there's something called robotic surgery in medicine? And so yes, there are still human doctors, but now they are making use of these machines to carry out surgeries. So of course, AI is not going to take your job. It's who that's going to take the job? The people that will do what? The people that know how to use AI. Thank you very much, Mr. Amza. Please, another round of applause for him. He has shed light on this digital age that we are in, and I'm hoping that with what we've learned, we'll be able to look for ways to integrate the work of AI into our creative process. Another round of applause for him. So yes, we're moving on to the final speaker. And as we like to say it, we saved the last 4. But before then, we're just going to do this stretch, because it's like we've been sitting for too long again. So, stand up where you are. Just stand up where you are. I I was about to say you should follow me, but I just remembered I can't dance very well. So yes, media, please, I need a music that we can dance. So who is going to volunteer to teach us so that the style that the person is following, that's the style we'll follow? Because if I volunteer, I don't know what we are going to dance today. So who is going to volunteer? I'm hearing a name. Pastor. Anyways, media, please. So yes, where's our pastor? Okay, who is going to volunteer from this row since he doesn't want to come up? You're moving already. I saw you. Yes, come. Please, a round of applause for her. She's coming. Thank you. So all you have to do is to move and we follow your movement. Anything you do, we follow. Yes, come so they'll see you. Stay here. Very much, media. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much to TEDx volunteers. So we can have our seats now. So I want somebody to say money. 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 I love what I'm hearing. Okay, you're even saying owo. I want somebody to say owo. Owo. What's another word for money again? Ego. We want to talk about money. We want to talk about owo. We want to talk about ego. How do you guys feel hearing that? How do you guys feel hearing that we want to talk about money? I'm hearing like yes, this is the time. Anyways, we are going to be talking about a very, very interesting topic today. Our topics all through this day have been enlightening. We've had conversations on climate change. We've had conversations on national development. We've had conversations about artificial intelligence. We've had conversations about the hidden costs of social media. And now, we want to talk about money of the new economy. I'm going to be calling up somebody who has proven himself to be a seasoned expertise in this theme that he's going to speak about. And his name, and you know, I was looking at his name as I sat down there. And I was like, okay, this is the right person to actually, because his name is Faithful. You know, and you know, in the Nigeria context, when we think of money, sometimes there is this corruption that is around it. But imagine that Mr. Faithful on this end is going to be talking about the money of the new economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to please give a round of applause to Mr. Faithful Ojebu.
Introducing a distinguished technical partner and engineering lead at Kinfolk Venture Capital, USA. With a keen eye for cutting-edge technology, he expertly manages a technical team and engineering infrastructure at Kinfolk, providing invaluable engineering consultancy to portfolio companies in various facets of application development. As the founding software engineer at Pico USA, he plays a pivotal role in shaping the core infrastructure and contributing to the innovative advancement of the platform. With a rich and diverse career spanning 6 years, he has worked with prominent local and international companies, showcasing his exceptional skills as a software engineer. He holds a degree in physics from the prestigious Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and was honored with the esteemed Most Needed in the Region award at the African Entrepreneurship Award by BMCE Bank of Africa in 2017. Join me to welcome a visionary in the world of technology, dedicated to driving innovation and empowering the next generation of engineers, faithful Ojebi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. It's nice being here today. I could remember back 10 years ago, I was seated like you guys also in the university, listening to TED Talk, right? And it was funny that, most of the people that also came to give their speech were all tech guys. Almost everybody, like 70% of the, speakers were from the tech industry. And I sat down that day and I was like, they were talking about so many interesting things, application development, how the software works and stuff. And I got a lot of things that day and I felt like, I think I really want to do software engineering. But then I was studying physics, I was not in computer science. So when I started my career, I decided to, go into embedded software design, which is mostly, related to robotics, building software, writing softwares for microcontrollers that, power a lot of the electronic, devices that you use in your house and stuff. And then in 2019, I decided to go full-fledged into software engineering. And that's how I started my career in software engineering. Now today, I'll be talking to you about the currency of exchange for future forward thinkers. Oftentimes when, I meet young folks, youngsters, who are just starting out their career, they want to become something in life, they're looking for career advice, they're looking for mentors to, help them kickstart their career. And, I used to ask them one question, what exactly do you want to do? Are you doing this because you want to make money, or you are doing this because you want to offer value? Most times people don't usually have the right answer to that question at the moment. I usually tell them, go back, sit down and think. What do you really want to do? What you are doing now, or what you want to do in the future? Do you want to do it because you want to make money out of it, or because you want to offer value? Because I can guarantee you that one is going to make you, last longer in whatever career that you want to choose, and you'll be able to kill two stones with one bird. And the other, you might eventually get frustrated. Now, I'm going to talk about the two. If you decide to choose money as the reason why you want to go into it, you are choosing a particular profession or career, I can guarantee you that the time that the money is not forthcoming, you eventually lose interest, you might get really frustrated, and you'll be like, I just feel like quitting. I've been in this industry for the past 1 or 2 years. The money is not coming forth. I see my colleagues. I see people that have gone before me. They've made a lot of money. Why is everything different for me? And then, if what you've decided that you want, the reason why you're going to, choosing this particular career path is because you want to offer value. The thing is, regardless of whether money is coming or not, because you are, providing value for people, you are happy that someone is using whatever you've built. You're happy that someone, is benefiting from whatever value or whatever, thing that you are offering to them. That is more than sufficient, to make you feel proud of whatever career they decide to choose. The guy that came up here to, talk about spoken words is a teacher, and I could see from, the way he was happy about bringing his students. He feels fulfilled in the career operation that he has chosen, and it's because he's providing value to a particular set of people, right? There's still some people in that same profession which is teaching, and they are nasty. The way they even handle their students, the way they talk to their students, the way they relate with parents, the way they relate to students, you just feel like this person is just doing this thing just because they just want to survive. They're not fully invested in it, right? So today we'll be talking about the currency of exchange for future thinkers apart from money. So the thing is, what is going to make you money apart from money? Is what is going to make you rich? What do you need to have as an individual that will make you wealthy, even when you don't even really have that money? You don't have that cash in your hand. I think this is not working. Okay, so just go to the next slide on high value skills. So I'm going to be talking about high value skills. Future forward thinkers are, people that, you exchange, valuable insight, expertise, knowledge. This could be in the form of research, finding cutting-edge technologies, and specialized skills. And 5 years back, when I was in the university and we were supposed to go on IT, right? I had a couple of my friends saying, we want to do our IT in a place that is going to pay us money, right? And then I sat back and I was like, okay, after IT, we are going to do IT for 6 months. You get to work in a company, they pay you maybe like 20 or 30,000 per month as an IT student. That time you are balling, you have a lot of cash in your hand, you can do whatever you like. But after the 6 months, what next? And then I decided, I was going to go to a place that was going to give me the skills that I need outside of school. What is going to make me much money outside of the school environment? After our 6 months of IT training, we had like this long vacation because it always happens in the second semester. And then I came back to school. I decided to go to a place where they taught us, embedded design. I came back to school and I ended up doing projects for almost half of my class, right? And I charged every single one of them for their projects. I made close to over $500,000 from doing projects in university, right? That was more than enough money that any of my colleagues ever made from doing internship in a paid organization. And then, before I even finished school, right, I already had 2 job offers waiting for me because of the skill I had. I was graduating from physics. I already knew how to do embedded systems. I knew how to program microcontrollers and all of that. I had friends reaching out to me that, this company is looking for this guy, they are looking for this. And it was all because of the skill that I had. The money was not in my hand yet, but the money was already calling me because of the particular skill that I had. That is a valuable currency of exchange. Your high-value skill is a currency of exchange. Let's move to the next slide. We talk about network and connections, right? I was happy when, during the program, they asked us to, stand up, and interact with each other, make friends, make connections and stuff. I can guarantee you that there's nothing that is better than the gift of men, right? Having people in your corner that you can literally call for anything that you want. Oh, for example, this happened like last week. I was supposed to travel, and then I was like, God, I was already stressed from the week. I did not want to drive. What was I going to do? I just called on, someone I knew that drives very frequently. That, please, I need you to carry me to this also place. Are you available? The girl was like, yes, he's available. He just said whenever I need him to come, he's going to come around and he's going to take me to wherever I want to. Now, because of the connections I had, I was able to call on someone when I was in need. There are sometimes that when I need to go to the bank, I'll be like, to drive to the bank is super stressful. Who can I call? Most times whenever I go to banks, I try as much as possible to make friends with people on the counter, because there's a day would come when you actually need their assistance, right? Everybody that I meet, I always try to see what value can I get from this person and what value can I give back to this person. It does not necessarily have to be currency exchange. You don't have to exchange money. But the thing is, the time that I've spent going to the bank, I can use it to do other meaningful things that will probably fetch me money. And that is because of the network and connections I have. Let's go to the next slide. We talk about impact and influence, right? Making meaningful impact and having influence in shaping the future, are important currencies. This could involve, driving positive change, advocating for important cause, or leading transformative projects. An example is the guy that came outside to talk about photography and how he has used photography to actually transform, the atmosphere. He was talking about, global warming. He talked about, all these things around pollution. That is influence, right? The pictures that he has taken can travel far beyond the shores of Nigeria and take him to places that he never even thought about taking him to, right? And that is what influence can give to you, apart from money. There are a lot of people that are rich today, and there's one common saying that after money, the next thing a rich man wants is power and influence, right? And that's why we have, our new president. He has everything. He has the money. Talk about anything. This guy can afford everything. But there was something that was lacking, which was power and influence. And that's why he ran for presidency. So, our next slide, innovation and creativity. Our boss that just left here talked about creativity, innovation. How creative can you be? How fast can you come up with ideas? You know, when you see someone that is really, really creative, you would always want to work with this person. You know that, we are thinking about a solution for this, that. There's that person that you know that, if this person is not in this meeting, at the end of this meeting will be nothing to write home about. But there's someone that you know that as long as this person is in this meeting, this person is always bringing innovative and creative ideas, right? They are almost like indispensable. You can't do without them. They just have to be there. You can make yourself that kind of a person. You are providing value, right? And the thing is, when you're that kind of person, right, that kind of innovation and creativity can literally open doors for you, like places that you never even thought of reaching. Creativity and innovation can take you. I mean, I'm sure most of us are very conversant with social media, and we watch Lai Wasabi's videos. Lai Wasabi video is one hell of a comedian. And I really, really respect the fact that he created a different niche from himself, different from what every other person does. And sometimes it really takes someone to think like really, really deeply to get some of his jokes, right? The guy cracks. Sometimes when you're like, nah, this guy is not funny. But when you sit down for like a couple of minutes and you think about like, oh my God, this guy is brilliant, right? That's like Wasabi for you. And, from he has been really consistent with what he's doing. And currently, it's like the Nollywood industry is like, this guy has to appear in almost every movie. I'm sure like some months back, I saw that he had, featured in almost like 3 or 4 or 5 movies just in the Nollywood industry. And that's because of his kind of innovation and creativity. Let's go to the next slide. We talk about ethical and social capital, right? Building trust and credibility and reputation is in a community something that is very, very important, right? I remember, when I started my venture capital alongside my partner, and we had like a couple of portfolio companies that were having issues with their softwares, and they're like, what can we do for them? And I told my partner, like, I think what we have to do is we probably have to like build a team for them and also like probably build some of their softwares for them, right? And some of them had, they spent a lot of money, building the software, they've not launched and stuff. And I was like, I'm going to give them a timeline, and I want to make sure that at the end of this timeline, like, we'll be done building this particular, software that they want to build. And then a couple of, months later, we're done. They launched, only for the guy to be like, how were we able to do this fast, right? One thing I try as much as possible to do is also not make promises that I can't keep. Like, if I'm not going to be able to do your job, I'll just be like, I can't do it. Probably I'll help you get someone else, or you have to give this job to someone else. Most times people are always greedy. Because of the money that they feel they are going to make from a particular job, they will take like 10 jobs, and they end up disappointing people on all 10, right? That is going to destroy your reputation. That is going to destroy your ethical and your social capital. People don't want to trust you. I've heard people say, that photographer, I will never call him in my life again. Why? You went for an event. After snapping picture, they will chase you for like 5 months before you release their pictures. Why? Why can't you promise, okay, it will take me 3 months to get your pictures done. At the end of 3 months, it's better to over provision enough time for you to deliver a job than you to like promise a very short time just so that you can get the job, and then you end up disappointing. If you know a job is going to take you 2 weeks, okay, that is all things being equal. But this is life. All things can never be equal, right? Add that extra 1 week of buffer so that whatever happens, you have extra 1 week to tidy up, and you are able to like deliver whatever you promised to deliver. You build trust, you build credibility in the company, and I can assure you, you will not even need to, look for jobs. People bring jobs to you. They'll be like, do you know someone that can do this? Oh yes, I have a guy. Do you know somebody can do this? I have a guy. Do you know someone that can do this? I have a guy. You don't even need to do advertisements, because people would always, they will always advertise for you because you've built credibility, you've built trust, you've built your reputation with them. Let's move to the next slide. We talk about time and attention. In a world that is, daunted with a lot of information, distractions, the ability to capture people's, and old people's time, you're talking to an audience like I'm doing now. Just imagine if I just came on stage and I'm just saying nonsense. People just get tired. You see people just pressing their phones. They're already tired of what they're saying because they are speaking gibberish. You're not offering any value to them, right? So, time and attention. If you are able to capture people's attention, I could see when those guys were, they were, standing here giving us their spoken words, right? Everybody's attention was on them. We're listening attentively to try to pick the words that they were saying. The ability to capture attention, in a very large sitting, in a very large gathering, is one social capital that you need to have as a person, right? And it's one thing that it's not easy to come on stage and start before an audience. You have to practice over time. You have to learn how to do it. And, sometimes I used to tell people that you have to start small, right? I remember a few years back, I used to have the stage fright. Like, I don't like going up on stages. Even when I was in the choir, I would rather stay at the back than stand in the front. If you want to lead solo, I'll be nowhere to be found because I don't just want to be in the front of anybody. I don't just want to talk, right? I just like being the backup. Let's just push some people forward. You people you just stay there. We'll be supporting for you. We'll be your cheerleader. We'll be cheering you from behind, right? That was the kind of person I was, right? Until a particular day, someone said, you are the only representative we have in this particular state. There's no other person to represent us. You just have to do it. I was like, oh my God. I have never climbed stage in my life to go and give a presentation. But then, I decided to discard my fears. I had a mirror in my bedroom. I was talking to the mirror like I was talking to my audience. I was practicing. How will I say this? How will I say this? Okay, I will act, do small, do what I want to do, and then I'll be like, no more. If I go and do this, some people will laugh at me. No, let me change it to this style. Let me change it to this style. Only for me to get there. I already pictured, the way the stage would look like in my head, everything. Only for me to get there, and it was an entirely different setting. I was like, that's happened. I also hope I'm not going to flop this one. But, I was listening to other speakers speak, and I just saw that all they just needed to do was to interact with people. Let them relate on the level that you are talking. And that's how you need to gather their attention. If people can relate to whatever you are saying, they understand what you are thinking. You don't have to speak big grammar. Like, you don't have to use, choice words. You don't have to use words that people would have to go and open their dictionary before they even understand what you are saying. You just have to pass your information across in very simple English and very straightforward sentence. And that's what you need to do to capture people's attention. Let's move to the next slide. You've not been displaying on the screen. I thought you were displaying on the screen. Wow. Okay, we'll talk about adaptability and resilience. For my Jackpot people, they've talked about Jackpot today. Right? I always tell people, don't just leave the country because everybody's leaving. Have a plan. I have a lot of friends that have left, and the reason why they just left is, the country is too hard. The country is too hard. No plan. We just want to jackpot. The only method that you can jackpot faster is by doing masters. So you end up going to borrow, sell all your property, get everything that you have, go to another man's land, study a very useless course. Yes, that's what most people do just because they want to leave the country. You study a course that would literally add no value to your life because you want to leave the country. You get there, and after your masters, you have nothing to show for it. You don't have a plan. You don't know. Some people, you're not even sure if you're even going to get a job. You just, let me just leave. When I get there, I'll figure things out. You'll be disappointed. There are a lot of Nigerians sleeping on the streets in London. There are a lot of Nigerians sleeping on the streets in Canada. There are a lot of Nigerians sleeping on the streets in the US. They don't have a plan. They just wanted to leave the country by all means. And now they have nothing to show for it because they sold everything that they ever had in the country. Right? They've sold their houses. They've sold, some of them are even scared to come back because of the shame. Right? You've told everybody, I'm going for good. I'm going to greener pastures. You get there, life was so disappointing, and you don't even have the money to even come back home, right? If you are going to leave this country, have a plan. Then you should be somebody that is susceptible to change, right? If you are someone that is too rigid, or you are so used to the routine that you follow in Nigeria, my dear, the routine that you follow in Nigeria does not apply in UK. There's nothing like a bus is supposed to leave by 7 o'clock, and then you get to the train station 7:01. There's nobody you are going to beg that would open that door for you. At 7 o'clock, the door closes and the train is going to leave. I was on a call with my partner, and he was in the UK. That was like 2 weeks ago. And we were talking on phone, and it was like, he has a train to catch. And we were still talking on phone, he has a train to catch. I could hear his footstep, he was walking. And then I just heard him shout. He was like, oh my God, I just missed the train. Like, the train was literally in his front, and the door was about to close, and he was running. There was, like, if it was Nigeria, you'd have said, stop. Or they would say, the bus conductor. But someone would say, driver. Over. The driver will wait, and then you hop into the bus. But that does not apply, in most of these developed countries. So if you are not someone that you are susceptible to change, you can't adapt to, a new environment, you can't develop a thick skin for some things. Most of these countries, they even experience a lot of racism, right? Someone will just see you and just act, so harshly towards you, and be like, what's going on here? Like, I don't experience this kind of thing in my country. My dear, welcome to Europe. That's Europe for you. Europe is filled with a lot of racists. So if you can't develop thick skin to some of the things that they would do towards you, you will not be able to survive. If you are someone that has hot temper, you will just see that one day you just slap somebody. Before you know it, you are back in Nigeria. Abi? So, yeah, adaptability, resilience, developing a thick skin is something that you actually need in this, generation. Future forward thinkers need the ability to adapt to change. They need the ability to be resilient. They need the ability to, develop a thick skin so that they can survive in this current world and have, the right currency apart from money for change. Let's go to the next slide. We talk about technology proficiency. Our guy here talked about AI. And there's this common saying I hear from, people, young folks. They'll be like, AI is coming for your jobs. AI is coming for your jobs. This, that. And I'm like, I'm a software engineer. A few weeks ago, they released a bot that could write code from the beginning to the end. I'm not scared because I know AI is not going to come for my job. AI is only going to make me better at my job, right? It will take me an hour to probably build a feature. With AI, I should probably be using 15 minutes, right? AI is not going to take my job. Rather, it's supposed to make me a 10x engineer, a 10x better person that I was, a better engineer that I was, because I have the access. I could just tell ChatGPT, okay, I'm trying to write this function. This function does this, that. In less than 30 seconds, ChatGPT is done. Being a better prompt, all you just need to do is be a better prompt engineer. Just tell ChatGPT what you want. I remember there was this particular feature I was building like some weeks back. We were building a double entry accounting software. And after I'd written the entire code, there was this SQL part that was giving me really, really difficult time. I just told ChatGPT, you are a database administrator. I have this table that contains this column so. And it has this relationship with all these other tables so. This is what I'm trying to do. Can you do this for me? ChatGPT said, okay, sir. In less than 30 seconds, ChatGPT had written the entire SQL query. I just copied it, paste, bam. Run the code. It is working. Oh yeah. Pull requests. I'm done. That's it. Now, the thing is, there was no way ChatGPT could have known what I wanted to do. I needed to tell ChatGPT what I needed to do for it to be able to do that. ChatGPT is not going to enter my code base to come and work for me. But I used ChatGPT to make me faster. I was able to implement the feature I wanted faster because I had the knowledge of AI. I knew how to do prompt engineering. I knew how to tell it exactly what I needed it to do. And it gave me the exact results that I needed. So AI is not going to take your job. AI is going to make you a better person. It's going to make you a better, analyst. It's going to make you a better content writer. I know, funny thing, in my company, we hardly write content on our blogs. Everything is automated. Artificial intelligence writes our blog post for us. We just give it the topic, give it the context, tell it, okay, we want to write about Africa, we want to write about fundraising, give it a couple of, links to articles that you could find online, train it with a couple of data, and just tell it, at this also day, publish this article. That's all we've done. Nobody writes article in my company. If you go to our blog post, you will see a lot of articles. I can guarantee you that 70% of it was written by AI, and you would not know. Now, we still have a content writer in our team. But the content writer normally would write 3 articles, per week. All she just needs to do is review the articles that was being written by AI. She could spend her time doing other meaningful things. Instead of, thinking about spending like almost 8 to 9 hours in a day thinking about articles, editing, looking for ideas and all of that. AI is an enabler. It is not going to take your job. Right? Apart from AI, there are other skill sets that you need, that would also help you, in this. It's also going to give you a currency of exchange. I know people are always, they always have this bias that it's only tech bros that make money. It's a lie. There are people that make better money than tech bros. Financial analysts. We have hedge fund managers. We have medical doctors in the US. They make way more salary than software engineers. I mean, now. So, it's not only tech people that, would make money. But the thing is, you can use artificial intelligence as an enabler to make you better at whichever profession you decide to choose. As a medical doctor, you need to research on something. You can just go to instead of you searching the internet. In fact, the funny thing is, I hardly use Google these days because I have ChatGPT. Google will give me results, but then I'll still have to be clicking through different pages to find the exact thing that I need. If I go to ChatGPT, just tell you what exactly I'm looking for, it will give me the exact result I want. So ChatGPT has become my search engine instead of Google, right? AI is just going to make you a better person at what you are. And, with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you that there are better currencies in this world than money. The future, you need to have more other currencies of exchange apart from physical cash, right? I've been able to list a couple of points, a couple of skills that you need, a couple of things that you need as an individual to help you, spend a different currency outside money, outside cash in this, new economy. And that is only for future forward thinkers. Thank you.
Is that the best you can do? Thank you very much, Mr. Faithful Ojebi. I think I've gotten a whole lot of points, and I want to believe we all have gotten some points here. Number one, I got create a niche for yourself. Create a niche. Everybody is going one direction, but the space is still open for others. What niche are you creating? I remember on Thursday, I was talking to a Mass Comm 100 level students. And I told them, you won't learn everything in the classroom. It's good as you are in school, you came to learn, you came to get a degree. But you won't learn everything in the class. You have to go back and learn. You have to create value for yourself. You have to create value for yourself. He also talked about he and the last speaker, the second to last speaker, AI. As much as we are happy with ChatGPT, like he said, it is there to assist us. We are not, as students that you are right now, you are not to totally put your whole life into ChatGPT. I know some of my students that you will tell, write a program to do this, and the next thing they will do is open ChatGPT, copy and paste, and then they go. And then when it comes to exam, write that same program, they don't know what to do. It is there to help you. It is there to make you to learn. But at the same time, make sure you are actually learning through it. So once again, I want us to give a round of applause to all our speakers that we've had today. Before we close, I have some things I want to do. I will call on two people, a male and a female. Let me look at who I need to call. Two people, a male and a female. You are going to come up here and tell us your experience so far and what you have learned, what you are going home with. So, should I call or will you volunteer? Would you volunteer? Any volunteer here? Okay, thank you very much. We have one. Then we need a male. We need a male. Okay, thank you very much. You can come forward. Please clap for them. Clap for them. You think it's easy to come here? So you introduce yourself and what's your name?
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Ote Charity from Department of International Relations and current third-year student of Anhor University. So from the seminar, I am so grateful to be here and I'm so passionate about tech. I learned that fame and success does not make you a better person, nor becoming famous and successful, or not becoming a better person makes you famous and successful. Now, I will explain this word. It takes you to become who you want to be. And it takes you to stop yourself from what you want to be. So nobody can do it for you, and nobody can tell you who you are, only you. Thank you.
Clap for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abba James Unekwojo, student of mathematical, computing science. I'm from computer science department, 200 level. So, in fact, one of the key things I learned from the talks and everything is that about AI not taking our jobs, rather, it's there to help us. In fact, recently, that has been disturbing my mind. At times, I would just stay, after watching some videos, like, there was one software recently that they released, Devin AI. According to the features they analyzed, said I can write codes from beginning to end. And after all these things, at times I'll feel frustrated. What do I really want to learn? But with this, I think that I've cleared my point on the use of AI and how I can prompt it very well.
Thank you. Put your hands together for him. So, AI is not here to take your job. AI is here to what? To help you. We have come to the end of our, or we are coming to the end of our TEDx talk. And we have two people to give the vote of thanks. We have Lily Imas to give the vote of thanks. Lily Imas to give the vote of thanks. The second person is Ifeoluwa Abimbola. Ifeoluwa Abimbola. Lily Imas, where are you? How about Ifeoluwa? All right. Since they are not here, none of them is here. I will call on someone else to do the vote of thanks. All right, so I'll be calling on someone else to do the vote of thanks. Do we have Ewetola Dave around? Is not there? Okay. Okay. All right. That is Lily Aimaslov.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Future forward. I'm marvelous at Delaja. When I asked you guys what did I study, I was hearing different things. Anyway, it's a pleasure. I'm a 300 level medical student at the University of Ibadan, and I have thank you very much. I have very strong interest in the space of development and communications. Over to you, Dr. Deborah.
And I am Dr. Deborah Alebu. I'm your lecturer here, you all know me. A lecturer in the Department of Computing, Anhor University. Thank you for coming. We love you all. God bless.